Hydrofield cuts through my neighborhood. Hydrofield cuts through my neighborhood.
And unmute us. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another Fearlessly Authentic.
What up, fam?
We're waiting on our special guest, but she should be here any minute.
Cirrus of the Oklahoma.
How's everybody doing?
Popeye is more of a rackamuck.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. He said he was a flam man, flammeister.
Oh. So we have Cirrus in here. And and Sarah's saying hi to Leo the drummer. And we got Popeye. And of course we have Oz's whistles.
Popeye says a flam is one of the 7 essential drum rhythms. I am notorious like Joe Rogan among drum.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I have a freaking tweet that I put up. I think I told some of you guys about it yesterday. But it was crazy. I think I put it up like what, a day or something ago. And it's got like 4,000 likes and like I don't know, like 500 or something retweets. I'm like, I don't even have anywhere near that number of people even on my stream. All these people were going nuts over me saying, if you don't like listening to Joe Rogan, don't listen to him. Like, really? It's insane. It's insane. All right. And here we go. Yay!
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you? I'm still trying
Good.
to set up my phone. Okay.
There you go. Do you want me to take you off the thing for a second?
No, it's okay.
Oh, you see, you got the green screen. I don't have anything. I think there might be backgrounds on here, isn't there?
I don't know.
I think you can pick a background thing. How does she do that?
You got to select like your cam or whatever, like turn off your cam for a second, and I believe when the next menu pops open, it gives you things. You know, like if you mute your mic or your cam, and then no, I'm not.
I don't think it has the option on my phone.
Where were we seeing it? I thought we saw. Oh wait, virtual background right here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can assign it to someone else though.
I don't.
It only works for us.
Yeah. Okay. So if you go over to the right of where we are in StreamYard, do you see like along the right hand side? There's a thing called setting. There's a thing. I mean, a thing for settings over there, and you can put your own virtual background back there. Is it on your phone?
No,
Yeah.
they don't have it on the mobile.
Oh,
I don't
well,
think.
whatever. They can suck. So anyway, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same.
Steve's on just on the mic.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the green screen is here because I'm at the Convo Couch house right now.
Oh, you are? That's
Mhm.
awesome.
Yeah. So this is the only quiet place is here in this little
Aw.
studio.
That's awesome. I
Yeah.
know we got to get the green screen thing too. This is like an actual backdrop. Like
I know. I like that.
we have
That's
a bunch of
cool.
them, but I always end up staying with that one because I don't know, I love it.
Yeah. I like that one.
It's like, you know,
I like how the what do you call them?
the ring light.
The ring light lights up. You put it on the changing.
Yeah, it's like
lights up.
Ooh.
yeah. You can
I like that.
It like makes the mushroom like go
Here,
all the colors.
maybe I'm gonna move over here. It might be better. That way I'm not like completely out of this.
Sleepy. Oh, see, Sleepy knows. He's like, that's Chrome only on computer.
Oh.
I need to take tutors.
Horny Unicorn likes to call us out for being noobs sometimes. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. He just likes to get us all the time.
But no, isn't it like crazy how expensive the studio stuff adds up to be over time?
Oh my god, yeah. We were just talking about that earlier about somebody was talking on their live stream and showing like the camera rigs and stuff that they're using up in Ottawa and stuff to film the cameras. And the dude's like, yeah, this is a $20,000 camera and this is a $75,000.
Jesus.
Holy fuck, dude. And the quality was wonderful, but I'm like, damn.
No, I know, like the people that always make me laugh are the family like YouTube influencers.
Yeah.
Where just all of a sudden they're like, a day in the life of me and my family, and they have like everything is decorated in white, and I'm like, no, people who decorate in white are the people who don't have to clean their own house, because no, you would never get anything in white.
It's not working. Is it working now? I might have fucked it up.
Hang on. We do this live.
1 second.
I
I don't know if that's what it is, but we'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Is it working better now? Can you hear me?
It's going to take a sec to catch up. Oh, what do you got to say, Horny Unicorn? Horny Unicorn likes to mess with us. He's come on the stream though. Like, oh my god. We've had a bunch of you guys on the stream.
Nice.
Like everybody is going to be coming on. Like they all know that. They've all been warned.
Yeah, good.
Sleepy was just on the other day with and Mona came on and Shadow Band and Jack, of course, because they're like, they are a pair.
Yeah, I like that. I saw that. It's good.
All right, hang on. Did you check the mic thing? Where is it connected?
Oh, because that's not on. Your fucking mic isn't even on, really. Well, kind of is. All right. Okay, I fixed it. Yay.
Oh,
Hey,
good.
everybody.
Oh my gosh, this whole time I'm thinking the mic's on.
I can still hear him.
You could? Okay.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the convoy 2022, the Freedom Convoy?
I think that that's really awesome. It's what we need, and you know that they're actually starting in the U.S. to build on this side now too. They're in Kentucky, they're doing it, and other places, and yeah, people are going to start to feel that squeeze, and they're going to get pissed, and that's what we need is people to get pissed.
Yeah.
The short term, it might suck for us. We can freaking suck it up, like we can get through this. We have to just, we have to be there for each other. And, people need to not go and like buy all the food because they think that all the food is never going to come back.
I know.
Start your seeds.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I have so many of them.
Did you see what Abram said? Where has Hunter been hunting? Where have you been?
Be very, very quiet.
Yes. I've never been hunting.
Really?
Never.
Hunting's kind of fun if you don't mind, cleaning the animal at the end. It's pretty great. It's kind of like fishing, just a little more bloody.
I feel like, hi Jean. If I'm gonna if I'm gonna eat meat, then I need to be able to hunt that animal down and do it myself.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would suck it up, but it would be kind of hard.
We're vegetarians now, so and I have hunted, what I mean, and I've cleaned animals, but it's not necessary for your diet, you know what I mean? Like, I think if you were going to do it for survival purposes, and if you're in the wild, or if that is part of your culture or whatever, then that's your personal choice. But even like in the temples in India where they everybody can come and eat, it's that like mutual aid of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You still get they still do vegetarian or vegan there, in the temples, so everybody eats.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm worried though about the truckers, like, I'm worried more about our governments withholding, what they need and drawing this out longer and trying to blame them for the problems that people are going to have, like getting the food and the supplies that they need. And
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how many people in real life though. I don't know if it's like troll farms or like astroturfing of the other side of the opinion of people who are like, oh, the truckers are Nazis and all that shit. Because
if you look at that footage, they're like the most diverse crowd, and people in Canada are happy to fly their flag because they're proud of their country. Imagine. Yeah. I'm so jealous of that. So jealous.
It's horrible. No, I hate our country. It makes me want to move away. But then I'm like, how is this going to continue? Like, I don't know. I'd kind of feel bad moving away. But I don't know. It's wild. I've been trying to think of ways or get recipes that are like to make my dog food. if we were to go off the grid.
I think Oz does that with his dogs. Oz
The faith.
the fate, yeah. roar Oz.
Yeah.
Oz roar.
Yeah, Cirrus, Peaches wants Everett. Yes, Peaches the parrot calls Everett. And Steve has a funny story about
last night I'm sitting there and we forgot to put the curtain down on Peach's cage, and so I go in the living room, and the cat is sitting on a pile of boxes. Like Skylar's building a computer, so she's got all these different boxes and parts and stuff, and the cat's standing on top of the boxes right next to the bird cages, and they're both like leaning into each other like they're having a conversation. And I reckon it went like this, like the cat's like, yo, yeah, I hear you calling me, dog. I see you. You know, I like you and all, but if I catch you slipping, I'm gonna have to eat you. You know, and the bird's like, yeah, motherfucker, try, you know, go ahead. You feeling froggy? Jump, you know, because he's a big old cockatoo, so he'd probably fuck up the cat. But I really feel like that's their relationship. It's just like, I see you, dog, but if you keep talking shit, I'm gonna have to come over there.
Okay, and then my interpretation of what he was saying, I was like, oh, Everett's like leaning in so Peaches can preen him, and they're giving each other kisses. What a different view on this.
I know.
I've just watched lots of nature documentaries and stuff over the years, and that's not how cats and birds fucking play.
Everything is, I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. Like that is what
I do the
Steve
voice
literally says. Going around anytime the animals are interacting with each other, it's I will kill you. I'm like, why is everything?
I do
will
that.
kill you?
Because that's how I see it. Like a kitty cat is like, yes, I love you. I will kill you now. I love you. I'll kill you. And they all have like a weird, like Eastern European kind of
they always
accent. I don't know
why. And they always want to kill each other.
No, that's how my dog wants to kill everything.
See what I'm saying? She knows what I'm talking about.
Other dogs.
Oh my god, that makes me laugh so.
She thinks little kids are animals, and she'll like go after them. She is such a handful, and it makes her like hard to train. Like it kind of reminds me of just like when I have my son. My son has behavioral issues, and it would just be too much sometimes. So then you're like, oh, we'll just stay home because that way I won't get frustrated and shit. But no, I have to do intensive training with her. I have to get a new collar and leash though. But she ate 2 cats. That's why she was at the rescue that we got her from.
She ate them.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a Belgian Malinois.
Wow.
Oh, I think you sent me pictures before.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, she's too much to deal with, but I love her. She just needs love.
Yeah, like I've had like the biggest dogs that have been the biggest assholes, or even little dogs. And there are ways to guide their behavior and turn it around. They need to know that you are in charge. Otherwise, they are going to be acting as though they're in charge. They will become the alpha.
Exactly.
And you need to know how to flip your dog on its back and like get over it and look it in the eye. Never look into their eyes, and then look away first. Like you have to know the ways that they are dominant, so that they know you're in charge and they don't need to be doing that.
Yeah. No, my boyfriend's not very good with that. He's too soft.
Dude, Steve is like he is such a pushover. Like the cat freaking fucks with him. I swear to God, the cat messes with him.
Oh
because
my!
He will listen. The cat will listen to me. He will come when he's called, but he fucks with Steve so bad. If he wants out of the bedroom, when Steve's sleeping, even if I'm awake, he goes over and jumps on Steve. And Everett weighs like 18 pounds.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, he's a chunky little fucker.
He must have heard us talking about him. He came in here.
Yeah.
Like he has to have a belt on. Like the cat is not allowed to not have a collar with a belt. You don't want him stealthy.
No, because he is a fucking predator, bro. He's like, I will kill you.
Yeah.
Nice.
He'll come up to us and he'll grab me on the butt, with his claws. Like he'll stand up and do it because he's so tall. He can just stand on his hind legs and grab me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he can if he was stretched out, I think he's like over 3 feet long.
Oh my gosh, that's so
Yeah.
cute though.
He's got Maine Coon in him. So,
Oh.
yeah, they're the closest to a dog, the Maine Coon breed of cats. They're like, that's where like the whole cat dog thing comes from. And I didn't even realize that, like, you know, that was the case. You know, I was just like, oh yeah, Leo raised him, so he acts like a dog. You know.
No,
Yeah, let me
that's so cute.
Crazy cat.
And one of the ways to tell that the Maine Coon is that they don't have any white on them. He only has cream and like gray.
What a beautiful cat. Hi.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful cat.
Yeah, that's Everett. The bird is always like, hey, Everett.
He has like the most beautiful markings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
He's a pretty kitty.
he's huge.
He is.
Wait until you see the size of. Okay, there's something going on there you're excited about. So let me show him your paws. In my hand, because that's a cat's paw.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's big.
Yeah. What a cutie.
He's
Such a sweetheart.
he's a cute cat.
He's definitely he's like my cat.
Oh.
He didn't like my daughter for like the first year. Like he was with all of us since day one. He came over when he was 6 weeks old. My neighbor tricked us, and she told us that he was found in the bush. And so I'm like, oh my God, get him some food.
Ran total game on us. They totally ran game on us. They're like, oh, this poor little kitten. Look how cute he is. What are we gonna ever do with him? And so now he lives here.
Oh
And
my
he came
God.
here and he never left, and now he's what, 2 years?
Was he really found in a bush?
No.
Hell no. Their kitten had kittens. And that's what happened. And they just straight scammed us.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
like they're the best neighbors. So like they'll be like, hey, we dropped some bud in your back door, you know, just like randomly, you know, like they're really awesome.
I like that.
Yeah.
When we were still in Vegas, the neighbors left us with their kids.
Wow.
And we had their kids for like a month and a half.
Like their actual
Holy shit.
kids.
Yes. It was so
I'm like, are you
wild.
talking about fur baby kids or real?
No,
like,
they're
human
actual kids.
Real
I
baby
was-
kids.
It was wild to me.
Damn.
Yeah.
Where did they go to, like Russia or something for a month? Or
The mom had been working a lot and she was like with this abusive guy, and her son came running over to our house one night saying like the guy was hurting him. And then I was like, oh, told my boyfriend, go out and like walk the apartment complex. Like, you don't have to take him back to the house, but I don't want him in here because just, you know, I don't know what could happen.
right.
And so while they were walking, he ended up seeing his mom, and his mom told my boyfriend like, oh, well, can you guys just take care of him? And my boyfriend like was like, yeah, he could stay with us for a night or two. And then she never came and got him. And she ended up like taking off. And then at the same time, there was another kid from the apartment complex that his mom went out to Kentucky and then flew him back. And he was supposed to be staying with someone out there. And they were like, no, we're not going to let you stay with us. So he was just sleeping in the apartment complex. I was like, what the fuck? And then his dad ended up coming and getting him like a month and a half later. But it was wild.
The hell?
Yeah. No,
And that's-
Vegas is something else. I've never experienced anything like that.
That's insane. Like, I can't imagine. Like, Skyla's still like she's 18, and I can't imagine like her just, you know, being up and gone.
Like,
or
I'm out.
anything. Like, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. They were like 12 and 14. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, inheriting teenagers. Like, here's a couple kids. They're mostly grown. Just make sure they don't get arrested. You know, see you later.
Yeah, we were taking them to school and like full on feeding them, and we set up our extra bedroom and everything. It was crazy. And then when we were moving, I was like, okay, like 2 weeks before we moved, I was like, they have to go somewhere else now. We can't really take kids.
Right.
My God.
Yeah, like what are you gonna?
That's
like,
wild. That's super kind and generous of you guys to to take them in like that. That's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, I mean, like, imagine what could have happened. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys didn't help them, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
the
Hi,
best
Ellie.
the best Klaus Schwab impersonator in the world, Steve Poikonen, ladies and gentlemen, in the house.
Arab said little dogs are always starting shit. Leo's not like that though. He actually will make friends with people that have dogs that don't get along with them. He's never been around a dog that he didn't make friends with, like ever. The meanest of dogs.
Yeah, I
Like,
really expected that. One time we were at the gig by the water there when I was playing in the bar, and we were outside with the
yeah.
dog. There was like this big old like kind of pit boxer. I don't know.
type dog,
He was a
yeah.
big old dog, and he could have ate Leo in like one bite.
and he was
and
like,
the-
playing with them.
The mom is like, "Don't get close to him. He's fucking crazy. He's bitten other dogs, and he doesn't get along well." And Leo's like with him for like 5 minutes, and they're fucking splashing in the water, and it's
Yeah.
all good.
Seriously, yeah.
Leo-
I mean, I make sure that I do it in a safe way, you know. But yeah, he's been introduced to a lot of dogs. He's played with like Great Danes, like random Great Danes, and like just bit like he'll stand up on his hind legs. Like he doesn't go in the little dog park area, like when we used to take him there all the time. He went in with the big dogs, and then he would find the smallest dog in there and try to hump him the whole time.
Oh, nice.
He's just really not appropriate.
My dog is too. My dog goes straight for people's assholes every time she meets them. Fucking stop doing that. Oh my gosh, it's so embarrassing.
That's rude.
Oh my God, yeah. Or she found cat shit the other day and she just rolled in it, and I was like, "What are you doing? Stop!"
Oh man.
Oh man, when they try, like I've had like dogs that like have tried to eat it before, and I'm like, you are so disgusting. You are awful.
I think
But
even like go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Even one step further than that on the gross level is my old bass player bandmate had a dog named China, and she was like Alaskan Husky Malamute like cross. She had 2 different color eyes and stuff, but she was like the smartest dog ever. She could cross the street by using the lights and stuff. Like she was fucking smart.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and her favorite thing to do was to go in the woods in the backyard where we were like right at the edge of like a fish hatchery and like hunting ground where people fucking hunted deer and stuff. And she would find, inevitably, every year, every spring, she would find a fresh or a semi-fresh deer carcass on the ground out there, drag it home into the front yard, and proceed to like kind of howl and roll around in the friggin' gross ass fucking dead deer carcass with the maggots and the fuck. Oh my God, it was so nasty. She smelled so bad. We wouldn't let her in the house for like a week after that. Like, no, you can't come in. You're a fucking stinking carnate.
Who do I need to give a wrench to? Does anybody need wrenches? You guys gotta keep me. Oh yeah.
Hey Elle, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Trish T, Phenomenal Mysticism, Sleepy Josh. Who else we got in there? We got a bunch of people. Omar, Gamer for Life, the Mr. Poikoden I mentioned.
Yes,
Popeye.
Them, so they should be good now.
Aram.
They like let me know.
Brother
like,
Oz whistles.
When I haven't wrenched somebody, they're like, "Hey."
The unicorn of horny.
Yes, the horny unicorn.
Unicorn. On that topic of decomposition, low-key, I kind of want to start my own crime scene cleaning company.
Nice.
I love cleaning.
This is Hunter's coming out about how she really likes to clean up the crime. The scene of crime.
Right.
There's no alleged connection, but
that's fucking awesome.
But I like that they make their own patented like chemicals of stuff, and the satisfaction of their before and after. I follow a couple of companies on Instagram. The satisfaction of their before and after is like flawless. I love it.
You have like that attention to detail then, because
Yeah. And I
Oh,
could
man.
definitely go and do people's like hoarder houses.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really wild. I can't even imagine like what that would entail. You know what I mean? Like, oh, did I missed the brain matter in the bathroom. Could you are those bones or is that
gnarly shit.
marbles?
Hey guys, I think you need to type something mean so that Ellie can delete your comment, because we are like we are all about the censorship.
Oh yeah, 100% pro censorship. If you don't agree with us, but if you agree with us, don't worry about it at all.
Yeah,
Oh my
Perfectly fine.
because here we go. Look.
Yeah, seriously.
There we go. Take that away. There we go. Boom, boom. Because we it's cool when you can make it clip like that.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's like add it and remove it.
Have a good little setup.
Fancy.
It's just it's StreamYard, but it's Noli gave us the other executive privilege or whatever for her StreamYard. So she's helping us out with it, and
It's
she's a beautiful, beautiful person.
super kind. Shout out Noli D.
Yeah, she's
Nice.
a beautiful human.
There's a whole bunch of beautiful humans in this room. Free Mr. Wilson, you goddamn right, peace dove.
Hi, Oz.
A gamer for life.
Hi,
Amber
Amber
said
and
you're
Franklin.
welcome to go visit her mess anytime.
Yeah.
Do you have some murder scenes that you need cleaned up, Amber?
I know who I'm calling. You're like, oh.
I do it's I kind of like how people like watching the gore videos and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting. I love watching those videos that are I cleaned a 6-month decomp in Florida, and it's oh my god, I can't believe it penetrates these structures so deeply.
Oh yeah, that's got to
I know,
be.
you need a team.
All I
where
can
you
think.
rebuild it
All I
to.
can think of is that smell on China the dog when she rubs in the deer and then tries to come in the house and lay on the couch with you. Oh no.
Oh,
That's the scent that's permeated everything.
oh, I know that scent.
So bad.
It's so bad. I lived in a Atascadero up in
It's so
Central.
bad, I want more of it.
I will eliminate
But
that.
the
smell.
thing with that is that you can put on a mask and you can be fully covered.
A mask? What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Oh,
Hey, wait a minute. I thought masks didn't work. God damn it. I can't keep up with this tech.
Sorry. We're totally we're woo, we're distracting you over here.
Oh, senor. Yona.
Oh God, no! I'm so tired of wearing the fucking masks.
Yeah. I can't
I
do it
saw-
anymore.
I don't wear them anymore.
I saw
haven't.
this guy in the 99-cent store the other day, and instead of having a mask on, he had a wad of those little travel Kleenexes, and he just had it sucked up in his mouth.
Ew, you know how bad those probably
Oh,
taste?
that's probably horrible.
Oh my
flavor.
God.
That's
And they were
great.
like, "You need to have a mask on," and he was like, "What's the difference?" Oh my God.
That is awesome. I'd be like, can we take a selfie?
Dude, can I get
take a selfie with you?
Dude, that is the best mask I've seen all day. Can I get a
I want
selfie?
to make you famous on Twitter and Instagram.
That's great. That is great.
But
Oh my
honestly,
God.
the masks and everything are so fucking wasteful and disgusting.
Yeah. They're just making more trash everywhere, Fucking-
Yeah, the little
They
elastic
get caught on the
things
fucking
on them. They're getting stuck on animals.
Yeah, fish and animals and stuff, and it's fucking horrible. That's
Oh.
really, really sad.
It is really sad.
Don't like it. Nope.
How about
We went to the supermarket today, me and Skyla, and it was refreshing to see that probably about 48-50% of the people didn't have masks on, which was wow.
How sad is that?
I haven't seen that. Usually we go to the supermarket and we are
Mm-hmm.
among the 5% of people with no mask and getting dirty looks and side glances and all of that.
But then when I go to the store, I have Leo with me, because he's my service dog. So, he usually sits on the top and rides in the cart, and he's super cute. and everybody wants to pet him and say hi, and they don't care if I have a mask on. Even if they do, they come over and they have that human interaction, and I feel like that's really, really good. You know, it really helps people like come back to that, like, okay, you know, I'm okay. And you know that drug that like you can't talk about, they keep calling it a horse paste. I'm really like wondering when the day is gonna come where Leo turns into a horse, because he takes that stuff too. It's called Heart Guard. Most dogs and cats take that on a monthly basis. It's the same exact thing. He's not a horse yet though. Like, you know, he's still.
If Leo
7
was a
pounds.
horse, of course.
If it's for, it's the same thing.
No, I know. No, it's ridiculous.
Hey, singular L. She's like, hi, both Steves.
Yeah, we have Steve and Steve. Steve squared. I was talking to Mr. Oh yeah, we're gonna totally come back to your full mask thing. Mr. Wilson, I will update you guys because I talked to his brother earlier. Oh my god, his brother is so funny.
Ass man.
But okay, so you would wear a full thing. Can you not smell death through your
No, I think they have pretty good like if you get one of those industrial ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen some pretty fancy ones that look like it holds out the stink pretty good.
Yeah.
I've seen a few of those different contractors.
I've changed a bunch of like people with dementia, like their briefs, their diapers and shit like that. And even if I'd have to, I'd just put some like Vicks.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can deal with smells.
Yeah, Vicks is like super handy. Like,
I know.
Oh,
Vicks
isn't
is
that
just
better?
so strong.
Isn't that better? Mentholated death.
Ugh.
You know what coffee beans like do that? Coffee does.
Yeah.
Like, you need some way to have like coffee because it like
Yeah.
clears out your nose.
It's like a
It
desiccant.
resets it for some reason.
It's like a desiccant for
Like a
smell.
All right, we're gonna come up with a filter for inside your thing that like makes it smell yummy.
Smell flowery.
You're like, man, why is it at the end of the day I always want a cup of coffee?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I went into CVS last night and it's had a sign in there and it said free N95 government issued masks coming soon. I was like, why? What are we doing here anymore? What are we doing?
Because they need to fuck us over with the last little bit that they possibly can push through, because they're going to charge us again for those. It's just another money grab for them. I mean, that's what I think they're doing. Or they're like, oh, well, we can say we did this.
I think it's more that.
We found out it didn't.
I think it's more that. Like, I know we said that masks don't really work, but here's some masks.
I know. It's like this.
Don't you love us?
Fucking crazy talk.
No, I feel like I'm going crazy.
Dude, I can't keep up with it. Like, from people saying that they're anti-censorship to suddenly being freaking censoring people like freaking crazy, and then saying, no, I'm anti-censorship.
Yeah, the next day.
Like, within, or even, the same day. And I'm like, how the hell do they keep it straight?
I think it's just multiple personalities.
I don't know.
It's
I'm
the
not a
same person,
psychologist.
except for they have several personalities.
No,
One
I
of them
don't
believes that, masks work, and the other one, not so much.
I don't get it. I don't understand these people who sit there and they're like, I'm a communist. Look, I love this communist country. I love this communist country, but you're not doing your part as a communist by not getting it. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
You don't understand. You're failing.
Listen. Oh my gosh. I think JP, which I don't agree with everything that he does. I don't remember his last name. He's a douche sometimes. Yeah, he's a douche. I mean, call it what it is.
He's super funny.
So he did that life jacket thing where he just kept wearing life jackets, right?
Like, you're gonna need another life jacket.
I
just got my life jacket.
Leo has a little life jacket. And I'm like, I really want to take a picture of Leo in his life jacket. He
That's
he
so
can't wear anymore.
That's
He
so
looks
cute.
like a little six pack. You can pick him up on the back, and his
Oh my
legs will keep going. He's like,
Oh,
Yeah, he still thinks he's swimming. It's so funny though. Yeah, he goes in the kayak with it, and he
Nice.
likes a boogie board every once in a while. He'll just kind of stand on top of it. Yeah, he's like, yeah. I figured I'm gonna make him a boat out of like some styrofoam and old boogie board. I don't know how I'll like seal it or all that stuff. I'll figure.
We've
it
been
out.
watching some
Flex
interesting
seal.
YouTube videos though.
Flex seal. Yeah. See.
Flex
Yeah.
seal.
See. You know what stuff to go with to clean up the crime scenes.
I know that because I like to watch the live streams of like the tornado chasers.
Oh yeah.
And this one guy, Reed Timmer, he like swears by Flex Seal.
It's like duct tape on steroids, huh? Like it's like
Yeah.
we used to have this stuff called EB Green, and it was basically electric boat, but it was like the huge rolls of green tape, and like their family would like bring it home, and that shit was intense. You could put it on like they make the subs there, so like it's for like patching inside like the subs, and things leak your pipes, and you can just. That shit is intense stuff, and we used to everyone around here would be like, "Oh yeah, you got some EB Green? Oh man, like it was like a drug."
Nice.
Oh man, I need that EB Green.
You see what Yona says? He's like, I triggered a masker and a sleever.
Oh no!
He's
What
like,
happened?
motherfucker blew up my notification. 35 posts in 2 hours, son. Triggered.
Dude, I have a freaking post about Joe Rogan, and like, don't freaking watch him if you don't like him. And it's got like 4,000 likes on it. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, I thought maybe like a couple people would see it. No, it freaking took off. I can't even look through my notifications because like everything is like from that. I'm like, what the hell is happening? People are that divided.
Nice to see you, insight and awareness.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Masks are a lot like me. They don't work. Oh, Ellie. Ellie has some beautiful photography. You should put your link in the chat. Everybody should put their links to their different shows and stuff in there so everybody can sub to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody's got anything to share, please share.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Yona says he adds pleats to accommodate the package because he wears his
Except the mask
As a
porn.
mankini.
Please don't send any more mask porn, Yona. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so far behind on the chat, but like it's just Sleepy Josh agrees with your Vicks. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Steve I call him Pokemon because it's just easy.
Because his name is hard to pronounce.
Yeah, like I call people different names. Everybody has ends up with a different nickname. He said, "Move 6 feet back and do the show from the couch."
The phone won't stand up in a good spot to do it. And then it looks like I'm a boomer trying to take a Facebook profile picture.
Oh my gosh. We have the dearest Rick Overton coming on tomorrow.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart.
But we figured out Zoom because last time he tried to come on, and then today when he was on Combo's stream, it doesn't work right on his phone. That's what he has to work with. So Steve figured out the Zoom thing for me. So we're gonna try again. Hopefully that will work.
Yeah,
because I really want to be able to do a stream with him. It was doing the same thing that it was doing tonight on their stream, where it's just he freezes and breaks up, and then he looks down at his phone the same way that this Steve does, and they look identical. You just see the big shiny bald head and the glasses and the wrinkled forehead.
Except Rick hasn't let his gnome beard grow out as far as mine.
I know, if they had the same beards, then I think
and he's like 86% funnier than I am. So I mean,
oh my god,
what are you gonna do?
You guys have got. I hate that it's on Amazon. I hate that. But he has a show. Here, I think I can put this up. Yeah, there it is. You guys gotta go over and see this one. It is freaking hilarious. However, you can get over there, I don't know if you can sign up for one of the free accounts or, borrow a friend that has it, make one and cancel it. Should go over and check it out. And I thought I was gonna piss my pants, There's always ways to watch.
Really
If people watch it on Amazon, does that help that person like financially?
I think so. I think it
Oh,
like helps support him personally.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't say do anything with those fuckers.
Yeah.
You know, you can always use like one of those. You know, sometimes you get one of those debit cards and you don't have anything on them, or like the gift card ones.
Mhm.
Sometimes you can use those a lot of times to sign up for things too, and then you can't, for a free thing, and you can't get charged.
I know.
Because it will like try, but there's nothing there that they can take away.
I know. I do that with my life. My life. But no, I've been
Hey, I mean, we do what we gotta do.
I've been watching a lot of stuff on this like streaming open source thing. It's called Kodi.
Mhm.
I love that.
Dude, yeah, I got freaked out over Cody. For some reason, it started getting wonky on like the TV and stuff, and like I ended up taking it off. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that
I liked
is a
that.
cool app, like just to be able to watch all kinds of random stuff
it
that
was
you
the
wouldn't
only
otherwise be
time
able to.
I watched like movies that just came out.
I like watching Sister Wives on there.
Oh, I haven't watched that one.
Oh,
I haven't seen that one in a minute.
it's so juicy.
So
It's when I want to just veg out and watch a not even polyamorous, a polygamous family and a narcissist head of the house. Oh my God. It's wild. But our Cody was messing up too for a while, and I ended up just uninstalling it, reinstalling it, and then there's like a code that you have to put in.
Yeah, I had to do like it was a whole process to do the Cody thing, depending on where you put it on, and oh my gosh, Horny Unicorn said he likes the mask because he doesn't have to brush his teeth anymore.
oh, man.
He's like, coffee breath? Who cares?
Oh wow, you had an IMDb Pro account out, and she's like, I can't fuck with Amazon. I deleted my IMDb account too. Like, damn.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't on there. Like, I really do.
I feel like I've met like probably 15 or 20 people who have IMDb things where they have profiles on there and they've been in movies and whatever. But like, I don't really know how any of those like pan out now. Like, are they all like blue check Hollywood douchebags, or are they just cool people that I happen to have met? I don't know.
I don't know. It's hard.
It is hard because most of the people that I did like really relate to, like Neil Young, just like crushed my whole shit. Like, I fucking love Neil Young. What are you doing, you freaking dipshit? And Joni Mitchell, for that matter. I don't love her as much, but Nils Lofgren, fantastic guitar player. Fucking those people they're just like, oh well, this is what they said happened, so I'm gonna stand with them.
No, I know. There's a large portion. I don't want to lump a lot of people together, like generally, but people around my mother's age that Oprah Winfrey watching, Jimmy Kimmel, what else? I don't even know. People like that though, who it's their complacency, and they're like, yeah, take off your music, Neil Young. I stand with Neil Young. Like
okay. Rob Reiner's on the Twitter, like freaking out about Donald Trump. All of the the evidence that points to Donald Trump ruining democracy is in the fucking public record. We should go after him and blah blah blah. Like, shut the fuck up. You guys don't understand that was just a ruse to get you to fucking vote for Joe? Like, how blind are these people? No, getting their political advice from Stephen Colbert, for fuck's sake.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Keith Olbermann. Olbermann.
Oh my God.
Is a whole other level. I was watching his little videos that he does when he's shouting at the clouds.
He is deranged, man.
Yeah. And he said some shit like a while ago where he was like, is it time for Congress to label the GOP a terrorist organization? And I was like, what are you talking about?
It's like, if you really want to talk about this, Keith Olbermann, back around 1980. Yes. Throw Ronald Reagan and his vice president and his fucking attorney general in jail. Okay, then we can start there.
Oh yeah, I forgot today was Groundhog's Day. And happy birthday to Yona's wife.
Happy birthday, Yona's wife, that we don't know her name.
Yeah.
And also fuck you, Punxsutawney Phil.
Yeah.
Hey, but Rick is actually part of Groundhog's Day.
I know.
Rick Overton's in that movie.
No, I love it.
We're gonna have him on the day after the Groundhog's Day. Like, what the hell?
He's gonna be like, this shit never ends.
Be like, it's the same. Oh my god. Oh my god, Popeye. He wore his mask to the weed club. I put the link in the chat, guys. If anybody wants to hang out with us, we are having a fun night. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. And guess what? Jonas like down under. What happened?
All right. Let's see.
So you get to meet Yona.
Hi.
He is
Howdy, OCO.
I'm sure.
Yeah, we were out
Yona
celebrating my
yeah.
wife's birthday, Ogana, which is groundhog.
Ogana,
groundhog
yeah.
baby.
Okay.
Ogana. So how you doing, Hunter? You look good. You feeling good?
Yeah.
It's been a rough 2 years, hasn't it? Enough stress?
Oh my god. Yeah. From August until probably a month ago, it was a rough. But it's better now.
Well, I could just, I pick up the vibrations that you're actually in a strong recovery and you're feeling good about it. And it's good to see, a lot of people haven't been able to turn the corner. And so I'm always thrilled to see people that have finally been able to make it through and get stronger because of it and not let them really just completely derail them and take them off track,
Yeah.
I mean, I think particularly of so many people that have just lost hope. I mean, I've been following James Corbett, who puts on a show out of Japan for, I don't know, about 12 years. And then, he also does the shows with James Evan Pilato of Media Monarchy. And, I've been following those guys for about 11 or 12 years. And there's one guy that, contributed questions and stuff. I'm talking about Arby, who just committed suicide. So it's just been kind of a downer like that.
That's
he was
rough.
part of our Corbett community there at James Corbett, because there's a lot of stuff that he does every year, like his Dinos Awards for fake news. And, for those that are familiar with James Corbett. And so it's, I must say, with all of this isolation and shelter in place, and stay-at-home orders, and with so
it was
many,
only 2 weeks, okay? Get over
so
it.
many,
It was 2 weeks, just like Whoopi. She got 2 weeks too.
and then you look at, right now I'm just talking about the effect it's had on adults and being able to socialize, because even like a lot of the restaurants and bars, there for a stretch, everything closed. And even though some of those things have reopened, I'm speaking here locally in the Huntington, West Virginia area, that, although some places have opened up, of course, a lot of restaurants never did open. And even though, the bars and such have opened back up,
right here?
my job where I deliver food everywhere, every day, most people are just scared and afraid, or for whatever reason, just staying home. That this has changed people's patterns and comfort about even going out and socializing. Now that's with regards to adults. What kills me is making these deliveries to, the elementary school and the middle school there, Vincent, and then the high school there at Spring Valley, and it's child abuse. I almost don't want to talk about it, not for any reason at all of self-censorship or fear about that. I'm fearless and authentic, as Lucky knows, but it just puts me in such a fucking mental state. I'm like, I want to cry, and then I'm just like so fucking angry at the same time because well, fuck it. So I'll tell this story. So last time I went to deliver,
I won't, but now I am.
at the elementary, it's got like the little lane that pulls right up to the front door for parents to like pick up and drop off right by the front door. But like, there's not enough room really for me to pull over. So I'm like, fuck, I'm going to have to ditch the pizza mobile down by the flagpole and hike this thing back up because it's a big order for lunchtime. And, right when I'm getting up toward the front door, lucky for me, a parent pulls up and the dad gets out and he's putting on the mask and he's helping fix the mask on the little kid, probably, I don't know, 3rd grader, 4th grader or something. He's already crying and saying, I hate this mask, and griping about the mask. And I'm like, that's kind of a drag, and so they go over to the door. And of course, most schools, entering a school now is pretty much the only other place that you enter that's like a school anymore would be like, I don't know, like maybe Guantanamo Bay or a jail or a detention center, with the cameras and everything. And then they have to buzz you in, and then you go into one vestibule, and then there's another vestibule, and there's camera in each vestibule. And I mean, it really screams just a warm academic environment for stimulating critical thinking skills. Anyhow, so I'm all the way into there. I've made it through all 3 levels of security. I've made it into the 3rd ring of the Pentagon inside this elementary school here. Retinal scans and all. And then all of a sudden I realize I got the salads, I got the drinks, I got the pizzas, I got everything. And I'm looking out, and I look through the glass windows that are between the principal's office and like the hallway. And you can see through the hallway, because on the other side of the hallway is like the lunchroom. And I see in the lunchroom, they've got like every other lunch table like X'd off with black tape. And then like the tables that the cans sit at, they got it X'd out to where they can only sit on the far ends. So like even when they're eating in the lunchroom, they're like trying to space them out. And they're all wearing masks. I'm seeing some of them go up down the hall with like tape on the sides of the mask to keep it taped to their cheek. And oh my fucking God, it pisses me off so bad. Then, because here's the point, I didn't have a mask on. I'm like, shit.
Yona,
I'm like, now, like, how many times has this happened to you? You get all the way up to the door and you're like, fuck. Like, I parked all the way over there and I'm all the way up to the door now, and all my fucking masks are at the goddamn car. Son of a bitch.
Don't they have like the ones you can have right inside the store?
I mean, yeah, there were masks over in a box there, but I'm going to put one on. Anyways, I'm like, fuck it. I'm already in the principal's office. What are they going to do to me? I already graduated. You want your food or not? So anyways, principal comes out and is chin strapping the face mask, right? It's like just pretty much level with her mouth. Like most of them, like will pull it, they pull the mask down, like right at the mouth, or like just like the chin strap. And you know what I'm talking about, Hunter. And so, and I'm like, here's this and this, and you got my salad, and you got my extra. Yeah, here's it. Did you want plates or napkins? And I'm like, I remembered everything, but I'm so sorry I forgot my mask. I just want to apologize for that, And she's like, oh, well, just make sure you're wearing one next time. It's not that big of a deal. I'm like, oh. And I look out the window and I literally it's just like 2 lines of kids, like the fucking Pink Floyd video, Another Brick in the Wall, like on the video when they're walking into the meat grinder, and all of them have their heads down. And yeah. I'm not smoking some weed or something. That's really funny. I didn't want to tell that story. It's not really funny. There's nothing.
There's
nothing funny about that story.
it's like we can't even hear like like what are we gonna do? Like it's either that or I'm gonna scream and cry. You know, it's like it's not funny, but like you know.
So although, there have been major inconveniences, it's led to, an increase in the suicide rate amongst adults. While that is true, and it is terrible, my point is this. Right now, we're seeing an unprecedented suicide rate amongst children under the age of 10 years old.
Yeah.
How fucking sick is a society when children, prepubescent children, because even though the age of menarche has been dropping year after year with more pseudoestrogens and plastics and everything, and you've seen menarche, or first period of girls in the United States, dropping from 14 to 13 to 12 to 11 to 10. It's as young as 9 and 8 now because of the shit in the water. I mean, I wish I was making it up.
When I was 3.
Yeah, it's crazy because of these environmental toxins,
Yep.
And they're so, like, living in West Virginia, people talk about MSDS, material safety data sheets. And so for, like, a lot of things, when there's like industrial oopsies and, they spill stuff right next to the city water intake, like they did in Charleston, it gets to be a real problem, because the Freedom Water has dumped all this shit in the river, in the Elk River, right there in the middle of Charleston, West Virginia, the fucking capital, where, Governor Justice hoists up his baby dog, and says, everyone, Bette Midler, kiss baby dog's hiney, right? He just did that last week. And so it turns out it was this stuff called MCHM, I think. I don't know. It was some kind of chemical that they use in the clean coal process, and it leaked into the river. And they were like, "Oh, it's fine," And then people used it, and like they're immediately like getting reactions and stuff. I think it made the national news for like one night, maybe. When that
Hunter,
happened,
I missed the fuck out of you, dude. It's awesome to
Hi.
see you on somebody else's show.
Hi.
I know, wasn't she first? Like, wasn't it your like debut on Slow News Day?
Yeah.
We
thought so.
have been we've been happy to be a first
cherry
show for a
popper.
couple of people. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
if
yeah,
not,
that
this
was
is so
like-
awesome, Steve. I just got
And-
one twisted, man. It was meant to be.
if we were a short-lived 90s band, the show would be the Cherry Poppin' Daddies, with also Glory Jones, who is not in any way, shape, or form a daddy, which is too long of a title for the show, so we went with Slow News Day. It seems to have worked out a little bit better that way. Yeah. No, it was a serious meeting for a while, though. We don't have meetings at all. How the fuck is Los Angeles, dude?
It's expensive.
You're in like zombie central.
I know. It's pretty bad. The thing is, though, here is like, I know how to get my hustle on over here. I know how to like find pallets and go turn them in. I have like relationships with people where if I absolutely need to, like, I can make some money. Out in Vegas, I was just scared that I was going to get trafficked bringing groceries in for my car. Yeah.
Word.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I guess the long story short to my rant there when Steve joined us is basically that we discovered after the leak poisoning of the Charleston, West Virginia water system that there's all kinds of yummy civilization chemicals out there. And when you go to look at the MSDS sheet, it looks like the package insert for a coronavirus vaccine, as in there's not a fucking thing. There's like tens of thousands of DuPont chemicals that I don't know what the fuck it does. And your guess is as good as mine. We don't know, so I guess it's safe.
No.
We don't know.
Hey, Arim, that's my fucking kid you're talking about. You better watch out, dude. My innocent, sweet baby girl.
Yeah,
No
she's
fucking
been
talk
on.
about-
She's been on. She was on the other night with Mr. Wilson. Oh, Mr. Wilson.
I miss
Bring me
Mr.
the
Wilson.
Yeah, I was talking to his brother today, and his brother is so cute, and he asked me how to figure out women, and I'm like, you want to figure out women, you talk to a woman. You do not talk to all these freaking dudes that don't know what the hell they're talking about, because there's two types of women, right? I laid it out like this. I'm like, there's a woman that's going to tell you factually what she wants and exactly what she wants, and then there's the other type of woman who's going to like run in circles and say, you better figure out what I want right now. And I was like, I know this from personal experience. Like, I dated Whitman. He's like, wait, what? Like, you know, because in Pakistan, you know, like it's all repressed. I could probably, oh my God, I feel like
So you're like, yo, let me tell you about these hoes.
I'm like, we can have a conversation off stream because, you know, yeah.
You know, it's really too bad that he's in Pakistan, because I would tell Mr. Wilson's brother, if he was in the United States, pull the old Tom Hanks bosom buddies trick.
He wouldn't
Where
have
you
an
dress
issue.
up as a chick, then you go in the bath, you go in the women's bathroom with the women, sit down on the couch. They're going to pour it out to you inside the women's bathroom, because that's a zone where men aren't allowed to go.
Whole
Secrets are shared there, men will never
right-wing
know.
movement to prevent things like that from happening entirely. I think there's a couple of legitimate cases in Loudoun County, Virginia, ongoing right now, where there's a bit of a problem. A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit of a serial rapey problem. Yeah.
I don't know if that Tom Hanks bosom buddies would work
approach.
today.
Yeah.
Say the
Perhaps
Tom,
if this
Tom
was
Hanks where you're a
1982.
pedophile.
Yeah.
What year is it
Yeah.
now, Steve? Oh, that's
Not
another
1982.
factual smack across my face.
It is not 1982. Although it's I don't know. I think the last time you were able to get away with that, even in a movie, was when Most Def, or not Most Def, but fuck it, the Wayans brothers dressed up like white chicks. That was the movie.
White chicks.
You couldn't remake white chicks anymore.
Yeah, where Terry Crews gets all the Molly and he's out there just breaking it down.
Look, I only saw the DVD cover. I don't know anything about the movie, but
I just know the dank memes from it for real.
All right.
I've seen the movie.
All right.
We'll never get back to any sort of entertainment, even if that's like not a movie that you're into. We have horrid entertainment movies. They're all co-opted. I don't want to see Zero Dark fucking 30. Thank you.
Come on, just one more film about American exceptionalism. Can we all just hold hands and tell each other how great it is?
No, my
why
boyfriend
the CIA is
on-
justified in torturing people in 5K HD.
Yeah.
5K, that's right.
We watched the James Bond.
Closed
we couldn't
circuit from
even fucking get
Guantanamo.
through it. He goes into Belmarsh.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's rough.
I was shocked. He's working with the CIA. He gets into Belmarsh. I was like, we have to turn this shit off. This is crazy.
Yeah. What
Was there like a Julian Assange character in it?
No, but they were talking about whistleblowers, if I remember correctly. And he gets into Belmarsh, and they're like, "This is the worst prison you could be in, the worst jail." And then the way that they bring the dude out, like the criminal or whatever, is it's all like electronic. Like he's just in his cell, and then it comes out like an assembly line. And yeah.
Sorry, horny unicorns. I just found that the Avengers reflects the trials in my life. It's so hits so close to home, doesn't it?
Oh, I can't watch anything. I watched Grizzly Man the other day. I was like,
there's hope in some stand up.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And there's hope in the fact that like Bert Kreischer is starting a production company.
Right.
And like wants to make movies that just his comic friends want to make and shit like that. They're trying to go around because I was listening to a podcast a few months ago, but Kreischer was talking about it. They're like, there or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
No, Chrysler. I'm just saying they always call him Chrysler. Sorry, go on.
Burnt Chrysler. The burnt Chrysler was talking, and he's like, you know, there's a lot of people that have taken this whole do-it-yourself aspect, the comedy, podcasting, and shit like that. Like, why the fuck aren't we really? I know there's independent film, but that's independent film, and it's its whole thing. And why aren't we doing the same basic model that we've done with podcasting and all this other stuff? Right. Why aren't we doing that with cinema? And somebody was like, well, Bert, because not everybody has $78 trillion lying around like you do, you fucking fat ass. What the fuck are you doing? They're like, Jesus Christ, pal. Like, what fucking bubble do you live in? And he's like, oh, that's right. I do know hella rich people. Maybe we could get this off the ground.
That hope you were speaking of, don't look for it in the new Aziz fucking stand-up. Oh my God, is that bad?
Oh no.
Horrendous. Really bad. All about joking about vaccines and this and that, and like just the complete MSM narrative all the way down the line.
Yeah, but he was already corporate comedy. I'm not gonna watch that.
No. But I hoped, you know, after the pandemic, maybe he would grow some fucking sack and be like, oh, here's some funny shit.
I was like, we can't fucking watch this. We gotta turn this off right now.
Oh,
man, I have seen so many people fall by the wayside of careerism, taking that money, eating that cheese. You know, I mean, I look at the media I used to consume a decade ago, you know, following Sharif Abdel Qadduz and, you know, Jeremy Scahill and Aaron Mate. They were all in the stable at that time with Juan Gonzalez and Amy Goodman over at Democracy Now! And now they'd be sounding like some MSNBC light, man. It's really bad when they have that Wheeler chick on there. Like, oh God, oh man, it's just so much has gone by the wayside. I mean, at least James Corbett, there are people that have stayed consistent, you know, that were, you know, rose above this bullshit false two-party dichotomy and are still, you know. It just turns me off at this point. Like, I can't even hardly make jokes and laugh at people that are all Team Coke and Team Pepsi, or, well, I'm Green Party, I'm Team Royal Crown. And I'm like, bro, like, how's that ES&S proprietary corporate software working out for you on them tabulations? Where's my paper ballots at? Well, you mean you're going to vote harder and push the deep state left? You're going to stop the genocidal machine with electoral reform? Bless your heart. You're so cute. It's adorable. You believe in Santa Claus and American democracy.
Let's go. Let's keep doing the same thing and we'll get better. We got it this time.
You know what I'm starting to see though is less and less is more people point out the fact that, my God, the popular like lefty streamers, they're having the exact same conversations that they were having a half a decade or more ago. They're talking about the exact same pet politicians. They have zero solutions that they weren't advocating for over and over and over again to the same exact failures with the same exact actors that they're trying to get to put into place these idiot things that you would never entrust the state with in a million years.
No,
ever.
Stop talking about politicians. Why are you debating about if you think AOC is progressive?
Who the fuck cares? We know that answer.
Are you kidding me? There were children who were bombed at a and you don't even bring that up. You don't even have the sense of how about, when he says he doesn't care about the State Department funding, why don't you say, there were children bombed in yet? There's apathy there, and it's like no critical thinking, it's clout, and I'm like, stop talking about politicians.
I'm sick of the reactionary shit. I'm sick of that. That's not getting us fucking anywhere. It is not helping us. It is feeding the fucking wrong. That's feeding the same machine that you're trying to fight. It's like with the Red Berets now. They're trying to get a freaking super PAC to fight against the corporations. I'm like, you're fucking part of their goddamn system.
Hang on. Hunter is a board member at Roar Media. She's uniquely qualified to speak on this.
No, I mean, and they don't care what I say. They're all not going to censor me. No.
That's what I'm saying. You're qualified to speak on this.
No,
you are more so than anybody on this panel.
They're on KRTD is where they're
I know, but there's significant crossover between those two communities, and that's what I think.
Super PACs, I'm not doing it. I'm not, me personally, and I know a lot of people who are associated with it. No. Why are you guys going to get co-opted by a super PAC? Stop.
All right. Yeah, I keep hearing super PAC. I'm going to super PAC a bowl with this thing here. Let's see. Ooh, cheetah piss.
I mean, it's because when you start getting money through a super PAC, it doesn't matter if it comes out 2, 5, 10 years from now. It's all dark money. It's all co-opted. It's all to make you, even if people aren't like unique, not uniquely, but like super conscious of what's going on, it doesn't matter. It's to make you chill out.
So is it kind of like the same thing of being independent and then going on mainstream media and pretending like you raised the bar?
It's like being the Young Turks.
Yeah. Wow. Sorry.
Yeah, like
what? Quiet in the front row. Quiet in the front
it's
row.
like when the Young Turks were all for Bernie and everything, but no, don't go protest, don't go demand,
but don't actually like do anything to
don't do anything.
You know, he was a freaking psyop anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But just the way how it's just hypocritical. You know?
It is. It's exactly the opposite of what you're supposed to stand for, and no explanation of it. We were in a chat the other day that like a bunch of us were in there, and Steve and I are asking questions, and they completely trashed on us, shut us down, tried to freaking censor us on like what we were saying. I mean, that's why we went over and joined KRTD thinking it was going to be fine. I was given assurances after I was censored on a live stream. I have the live stream. Like it literally, like they opened up the stream like I do here, and Steve and I went on. Like I didn't know what I was walking into with Firestone. He's not relevant, right? Like he's made his career off incrementalism, but I still went on there and I freaking completely destroyed everything that he said. And it's really weird because about the same time is when they recorded the show that Franco was on. Right? The Franco Firestone one that was on the other day, that was recorded months ago. And they just pulled it out of nowhere and acted like it was new. Like they didn't even tell people that it wasn't a new stream, that it wasn't live. And then in that stream, they're attacking Steve, and we were still part of the network at that point in time. And they're attacking him and saying, oh, well, what do your music streams do? At least we're doing something over here. What? Are you fucking kidding me? You're doing the same fucking thing you've been doing all this time, and because you made your fucking career off of it, you won't fucking change your mind. You were you were told why it will not work, and yet you continue it.
No, it's like, oh my god,
bullshit.
I am
of my blood boiling.
I'd like to take this quick moment to endorse the Yona Super PAC. It's known as the Devil's Lettuce Super PAC. We're raising funds to buy Travis Scott concert tickets for disadvantaged youth on the reservation. Thank you. It's lit.
It's like,
is it like awoke and everything?
The principle that I've always had is just like let people talk, even if you disagree with them, or even if they want to, like be open. And I don't know why people are so sensitive now to if someone doesn't agree with them, but they need to cut it out and just like
fucking get over it. Get over it.
I always think like if people in general want to see something, want to support something that's authentic, they're always going to find something that's authentic and support them like that. And you don't need money from up above.
So how's that Medicare for all in California going? Did Brendan get it through this time?
I don't pay attention. I've been fucked by everything, so I don't.
Well, I mean, according to what I heard, they just killed it again. Sorry for the letdown, folks.
We need
Steve knows. Well, what happened on that, Steve?
Nobody's gonna have faith, though. Like, nobody's gonna have faith in our healthcare system at all anyway after all this. So
the problem is in California is that there are too many people in the state. There's quite honestly, like, the only reason that the healthcare system in California isn't more broken than it already is because most of the people are too poor to go to the hospital. A lot of people don't want to go at all because they don't want to go through it. They don't want to incur any medical debt whatsoever. There's a ton of people that might be on state, like Medi-Cal as it is, but that's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
That's a pain in the ass. None of that were. And so in order to create state-run universal health care for California, they were going to have to create an entirely new bureaucracy for it. And then around that, and that's what they were going to build it off of. They were going to build the healthcare system around the bureaucracy. And not even legislators were fucking mean enough to do that to the people of California because they knew it was going to be doomed to fail. They knew that they would start a handful of these projects, that Gavin Newsom would no longer be the governor, that there would be some other piece of shit in there that would have a completely different idea of how to screw Californians out of their time, money, and resources, and that it would fall apart. So it's falling apart already. California, by the way, we talked about this on the show, $75 billion budget surplus coming into 2022.
But you can't have medical. But nobody can have medical.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but they're moving in big boulders of rock so that people can't sleep on the sidewalks. And then they're going, I think it was a private citizen who did that. I have no idea. No. So you're telling me that LAPD is up everyone's fucking ass as soon as they can be, but you guys let a bunch of boulders come and be dropped so homeless people can't sleep there. Shut the fuck. I can't. These people are, it's crazy.
Well, you know, it's all makes perfect sense if you just go along with their narrative logic that every single person that doesn't have an apartment or a house to call their own chooses to be poor, enjoys living on the street, and they're just out on the street completely broke to do the drugs.
Well, you're not
all of
them,
either. Every single one.
Either. You're supposed to
paint with the same brush.
They're like,
you know?
Censorship the people. We'll just, cover our eyes if we can't see them. It's like, I feel like the whole thing is like, when you play peekaboo with a baby when they're little and like they think you're not there when your hands are in front of your face or the blanket. And then they're like, yeah, so no, yep, you don't exist. So like, I'm censoring my eyes. I'm censoring my ears. That's it. If I
got real issues with this Medicare for all concept for one main reason. And that is we've come to find out that CMS has been bribing hospitals, bribing Medicare providers with extra monies for prescribing remdesivir. There's a paper trail that this is not some kooky Yona conspiracy. And not wearing a wire hat.
It's been reported on in mainstream publications for going on 2 years now. Yeah.
And so would a single payer system mean there's more access to run death is near for more patients? I mean, at this point, Yona got some real trust issues going on, man.
Well, that's the thing, man. Nobody follows up. Nobody's asking questions. You hear Medicare for all and you're like, I'm poor, I need healthcare, people deserve healthcare. You believe healthcare is a human right, all that kind of shit. There are a lot of people that do not believe that Medicare works because they're on it. The Medicare working is incredibly regional.
Yeah.
Very regional.
Yeah.
Very regional.
It's run by the banks. It's run by the health insurance companies. They pretty much Decide.
And it's the Medicare workers that are being currently about the only people that are still being forced to take experimental medication to keep their job. The medical workers are the people who, according to the state, are least qualified to make medical decisions. So in terms of Medicare working, occasionally, yes, regional, probably more often than not. But yeah, dude, yeah, it works in regions. I can promise you, in my hometown in Anderson, Indiana, it does not work. The people that are on Medicare there are getting like on wait lists to get on buses to go down to Indianapolis to get an appointment that they made fucking in like October of last year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not a good system.
Yeah, we need to do better. We can't accept it how it is, and we've accepted in this country that, you know, like, that's just the way it is. We just get shitty healthcare, or we don't, or we go into debt, or, like, you know, the state programs, they just suck just as bad, and we accept that. Fuck that. The motherfuckers that we pay for their healthcare, I want the same level of healthcare that the president gets.
And you know, it's even more pernicious.
He is not above us.
Wasn't that hilarious? Do you remember that from fucking 2008? And you're gonna get the same health care as Congress.
I'm so
still waiting on that one, Steve.
I'm so radicalized that I'm like, even at this point, if the predator class gets so desperate, they will give crumbs to us. But it doesn't fucking matter. The whole thing needs to be torn down. The whole thing needs to be burned down.
Amen.
It's horrible. Nothing is going to actually change unless we take that shit back.
People are gonna get their health care. You're gonna get your universal or pan-American health care.
With the vaccine attached to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be, you're gonna have UBI attached to it. You're gonna have your social credit score attached to it.
If we allow it, we just stand up together, all of us, and say, no, fuck you, we're not doing it.
I'm not trying to blame an individual healthcare worker for that, Amber. If that's how I came across, I apologize. It's not how
you know what I find so pernicious about this is during this last 100 years of Rockefeller manipulating allopathic hospitalized medicine, the establishment of all these state medical boards and American boards of this and that and the other, what we've seen is they've now formed like Voltron and worked in concert to push a common narrative, to restrict protocol, to restrict treatment, to censure and unlicensed doctors who are saving lives. And it continues to get worse. And at the same time, as a Cherokee, if we go to practice freedom of medicine, so many of our medicines are considered illegal or Schedule 1 controlled substance. So our free medicines that we've used all this time, burrito-sj in the Smoky Mountains, that's illegal. But, you know, your untested emergency use authorized shit, everybody has to be a salesman for it or you're deplatformed. I mean, go for it.
Yeah, no, fuck that. And
our medicine is still illegal. How's it 2022 and Cherokee medicine is still fucking illegal?
It's a plant. It's
my
fucking plant.
Because it's free. It's free.
Well,
it's all about money.
You guys, you got shitty lobbyists. Let's be honest.
No, yeah, my boyfriend.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's fucking like, I don't want to be like harsh on any movement, because there are genuine people and we need all of this stuff. This is why I say it, but like, they murdered millions and millions of people over in the Middle East. We're not getting anything. If it looks like we're getting something, we're not. The chickens are coming home to roost, and everything that they did to people and are still doing to people over there is going to happen to us. It shouldn't be a surprise. We looked the other way for too long. And so, yeah, they're going to keep drugs on the Schedule 1. They're going to keep locking people up. We're all domestic terrorists, and that's it.
Yeah.
They-
You know,
Okay,
don't you
I
think,
have-
Steve,
I-
over the current president and the past president, when I think of poopy pants versus Cheeto dick, it screams vibrant democracy to me. It's a shining city on a hill, my friend.
they're just puppets, though. They're just there to.
That's the government you get to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the government. You don't see that. It's the fucking insidious.
I have a theory that, you know, like everyone's like, oh, their approval rating is so bad. Yeah, it's bad for the people's approval rating, but if you flip that around, think about it. Their lobbyists are like, woo, look at how good that approval rating is right now. You
Well,
know,
it's
people look at it in the opposite way than we should.
It's the studies that show that no matter what percentage of the population approves of any particular policy, the government is not going to do that in the inverse. That's exactly what it is. Especially when it comes to like congressional approval ratings, when they're at like, 8, 12 or whatever. That means that 92, 98% of the country, and probably more, does not like Congress. But Congress gets to do whatever the fuck they want, because Congress is just the people that you get to see going through the motions and trying to figure out where best they can use the minimal leverage and influence that they actually have in the real world to siphon off some of that money, ship it to some of their buddies, get some of their friends like a kickback in some way, shape, or form, and that's it. Ian Davis, who we had on the show a couple of Sundays ago, had a great little graphic made up for basically like how a bill becomes law in the modern era. And it was, oligarchs and then their bagmen at the World Economic Forum. And then that gets shuffled down to think tanks who actually formulate these ideas into policy, which then gets handed to the lobbyists, who then take it to the Congress critters. So by the time your elected official actually touches the bill, they're the last hand on it. And by the time they go to vote for it, any sort of role that they had to play in it in terms of decision making was already done. They're downstream from all of the real work. And that's something that people really need to fucking wrap their heads around. Because you hitting up your congressman, have you ever tried to tell a fucking cashier how the business needs to be ran? Have you ever gone at somebody behind the counter at no matter what fucking store you're at, and they're like, yo, I just work here. I don't know. I don't make any of the decisions. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of stupid. I can't help it. I'm the low guy on the totem pole here. This is not my fault.
I've been a waitress.
Congress, man.
You know what's incredible, Congress. Steve? There's this one major bill mill known as the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC for short. And they have boilerplated so many bills all across the country. I think one of the most pernicious has been these loyalty oaths that you have to swear that you'll never engage in BDS or say anything bad against Israel. And it's been passed in a number of states. It has been challenged in the courts. But the point was, so many of these bills are rushed through state legislature as well as the federal legislature and Congress at such a breakneck speed that they've actually been caught on C-SPAN reading out the bill, and they forgot to remove some of the parenthetical boilerplate footnotes from the final draft of the bill. And it's like, oh boy, it's like, I mean, literally, like there was one bill that had ALEC at the bottom of each page. Like, oops. I mean, yeah, it's so sloppy. I call it a puppet show. I like to think of the American political scene as a public swimming pool. And there's the little kiddie pool behind a little fence where they had the elections, and, they had the Democrat puppets and the Republican puppets, and all the little kiddies get to blow up and put on their floaties and with the little check mark that says, I voted. And they all play in the little kiddie pool, and they get to,
They
and
do that
they
on
get
purpose.
just
sticker
wig
with
out
the
over the politicians. And then you go look across the fence, and there's the main pool where the grown-ass folks be, right? And there's one end of it where, you see like, the deep state luminaries like Pompous A-hole or Pompeo or whatever his name is, and the rest swimming in the shallower part of the big swamp pool. And then down there by the diving board is where, Klaus has got his WEF, Young Leaders Camp, training and doing their backflips and everything. And I mean, it just, and this is the political landscape to me. I mean, at this point, the banks own the multinational corporations, which rule the governments of the world so they can regulate all their customers. And here the customers are worried about the government. And again, just like Steve iterated, I mean, how are you going to change the puppet master who works for people on the other side of the fence by pushing his puppets that are dangling from strings? I mean,
by having a revolution. And the banks are just legal money laundering. The banks have to do what these globalist people at the top want them to do. These people are psychopaths. They want to implement a transhumanist agenda. They want to take back everything, and then they want to go off to Mars. They want to fuck kids. They want to do all of that shit. To put them even into a scene of like Mike Pompeo and shit like that, it's like doing them justice, because these people are just shells that are pushed to do an agenda.
The real power is in us. The real power is in us. Those people are powerless, and I understand your point. I'm not trying to assign power to them. I was just painting my picture of the political landscape at this current moment. And from my part, it doesn't matter to me what happens to Bosnia and Serbia and Croatia. I'm sorry, Texas and California and Virginia, because the USSA is going to be like Yugoslavia. How's Yugoslavia doing these days? I mean, I see balkanization in the future, because the four main pillars of society that all people in society must have some nominal amount of trust in are kind of fucked at this point. What are the four pillars, Yona? Medicine, doctors, right? Do you trust a lab coat? Lab coat trust has got issues at this point. I got major trust issues. Paul Revere, the lab coats are coming. Right? I'm ready to ride on my horse from Boston screaming that. And then another pillar has got to be the education system. Do you trust to just put your kids on the bus and send them off to Loudoun County schools? That could be an issue when they go in the bathroom, because they don't care to just let rapists continuously come back to school and do that shit, apparently, until they're caught. Well, that's another pillar. Third pillar would be first responders, right? Are things going to get better and de-escalate when someone calls the police? I mean, get the fuck out of here. Okay. And then the fourth pillar is your government, your courts, your legislature. Well, there's no trust in that. I guess the only thing left then would be literally the actual infrastructure itself. How's that doing, Steve? I mean, Jesus, man.
Go on, Lucky.
I don't
Sorry,
know where
Lucky.
I was going with that, but Shadowban, you should come on and join us, because he is really good with the legislation. That's you should definitely.
I mean, what kind of legislation are they going to legitimate? They won't go by international law. They won't go by the International Criminal Court. So Anthony Blinken's pulling this shit out of his ass about a new international-based rules, right? What is that called? Internationally rules-based order, which is his fucking word salad for saying we just do whatever the fuck we want, Cartman type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
pretty much. Fuck you guys, no more Swift for you. You can't use credit cards, and you can't use their banks. Fuck you, all of you. What? They're making their own credit card and everything exchange. Oh, wow. So we're literally pushing everyone else into each other's arms. Oh, right. Fuck you. Sanctions against you too.
I have
How's that working out?
Here in a couple of
Oh,
minutes.
okay.
I have
Yeah,
to go
fair.
get
All right.
food for the coffee dog.
The
That's my
dog.
favorite part of my
I got
job.
a dog. He's a cute little guy.
Every single customer I deliver to, I got cat treats, dog treats, and fish food in my delivery bag because I got plates, napkins. When Yona comes to the door with your delivery, I'm bringing everything. Everybody's getting a treat, and I love it. Now,
Hey,
like the dogs
Amber.
don't bark at me or nothing. They know Yona's on the porch. I'm about to get some food.
Amber, what bill did you want covered that you were talking about on one of Convo's streams earlier today? Throw that in the chat because I forget.
Okay, no, Amber killed it this morning.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. I was stoked that she was on there. That was fucking
I have to
rad.
go back and rewatch all of it.
Oh,
I had
it was
a
good.
good time on that.
Owen, where have you been? I have been missing you.
Thank you, Amber.
No offense to universal health care, but I got so many trust issues with the healthcare system right now. Yes, we need health care, but you're going to have to disambiguate for the Yona and be a little bit more specific about what kind of health care we're talking about, because I kind of like the one where the Nuremberg Code applies and, informed consent and, archaic thoughts like that. I know, I'm old-fashioned. I'm nostalgic.
There was a thing.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God, what's happened? What has happened to these hospitals? The good doctors, they're the ones that are kicked out. Right? The nurses that care, the patient advocates that are like, hey, you're fucking up my patients. So I'm making VAERS reports. Oh, your ass fired. Get out of here. But we're not going to fire you because we're chicken shit. We're not going to give you a termination letter. We just won't let you come back to the facility. I mean, so much chicken shit going on. Oh, my God, Hunter.
To fucking fire me as a nursing assistant. That's what I do. And just go and get to know your community. And you can get gigs helping people. Especially, this is kind of just a PSA to everyone, especially the undocumented community. They need caregivers, they need help. That's what I like to go and do because they don't have any coverage of anything ever. And if you can get to know other people, like, yeah, you might not know how to speak Spanish, but like you can figure it out. It's fine. Let them fire you from these establishments and from these private fucking dementia homes and shit. Let them do it. Because if people are for real about like nursing and caregiving and taking care of people and the patient advocacy and the patient bill of rights, then you wouldn't care about getting fired.
Hey, fam, I want to say hi to everybody. Hello.
That's Steve and his
Stever. See, I was really involved. I was the communicator spoke. I did all like the TV and radio interviews for our local Occupy Huntington, Occupy Wall Street at Huntington, West Virginia. So many winters ago. It's been over 10 years at this point during Obama, but I made a lot of friends there, and a lot of them work at the local hospital in Huntington, Cabell Huntington, or St. Mary's, and they're both owned by Mountain Health Corporation. And anyways, they were forcing the vax on them, and so they ended up having a street picket and everything just this past December. It seems like a long time ago, but it was only 4 or 5 weeks ago. Just different time scales warped right now. And so, they start reaching out to me on my cell phone and on Facebook and Twitter and everything like, Yona, you got to come down here and stand with this, stand with the heroes. They're picketing and protesting the hospital and everything. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, so like, what's going on with that? They're like, well, hospitals trying to make them all take the vax, and they haven't gotten the jab yet. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Well, how long have they been giving out the jab there at that hospital? Oh, they started giving out the shots in February. Yeah, well, this is December. So why are they standing up and not taking the jab now? Well, I mean, they've seen it mess up all these patients and everything. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. These are heroes who are only going out on the sidewalk now because they're like, listen, I'm getting a paycheck here. And we're getting kickbacks for remdesivir and every time we intubate and shove another pipe through a trachea. So, we're getting paid. I'm rich, bitch, like Dave Chappelle. But you got to put that shit in me, bro. We got a problem.
Well,
How's that bravery?
I think that it was more than that, because it's one thing if they're giving you a choice, but well, first of all, the nurses weren't really making money off of what the hospitals were getting.
Right.
But I mean, a lot of people were speaking out sooner, but they were completely silenced. And then it wasn't until there were enough people talking that a lot of people started saying, like, no, because it wasn't until there were vaccine mandates. And by definition, if you're a healthcare worker, you know that that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because the number one principle is that
do no harm.
Or a patient has their choice and they're free to do whatever they want. If they don't want anything, you cannot give it to them or even try to sell them on it or hang shit over their head for it.
And yet now it's like they'll deny you. You're like, I'm sorry, you can't get that transplant unless you take this shot. I mean, there's so much coercion now and denial of care unless you have it.
Yeah, and that's completely wrong. But I think they were starting to fire nurses and bringing in agency nurses.
Mm-hmm.
So that who did get the jab and shit. And so I think the system is sometimes it just takes certain things, even if it's a personal thing, for people to be like, oh no, fuck that. But yeah,
I have to acknowledge, I do want to acknowledge that there are all kinds of heroes at the hospital. And I know a lot of friends that, it only took one incident. It only took one incident with the patient, like literally saying they're totally fine. All their numbers are normal. They're only 22 years old. And then bam, what the fuck? I mean, there's no other explanation. I'm not cool with that. And literally like left the hospital and now does, elderly care at home, like nursing at home. So, I mean, I guess it's, I'm not telling what people to do. And, some people are like, I can't just leave this job at the hospital and it's fucked up what's happening. But, and I guess, it really is, to me, if you're in medicine and you're making moral or ethical arguments in your head about patient damage versus, I'm just trying to make a living and cash a paycheck, then to me, you shouldn't be in healthcare. The overall arching thing of healthcare should be patient outcome, not personal remuneration. But
well, they just showed too in the UK that they were, even though they have like a universal healthcare system, that they were paying them off and bribing them too as to what to, and then people like who watch the mainstream like TV and all that, like I haven't had TV and cable in years. But think about how many people watch that and then how many people fall asleep to that and all that subliminal freaking programming that is constant. You go to your doctor and you have already heard the name, even if you don't say, oh, I want this particular drug when you go there because you've heard it over and over again. Even if you don't, when your doctor says it, you're like, oh, yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about that one. Let me try that.
Or maybe the doctor's like, oh, I remember that sales rep. She was hot. Look at this needle dispenser I have.
Them in there, and I look at them and I'm like, the sales reps, and I'm just like, oh, fuck you. Like, like sometimes you have to go to a doctor to get something, and like I will self-treat at home. You know what I mean? Like, what happened you remember when there was an old medicine lady, and you know what I mean? Like, or like in communities, you took care of each other and you used natural medicine or you used what you could. And it's like, that's just all out the window. It's like,
Steve, do they advertise in other countries or is it just the United States that pharmaceuticals are on every single ad? Because, when I was in Ecuador, Mexico, France, Spain, Germany back in 2017, 2018, I never saw a single drug commercial on TV until returning to Los Estados Unidos, amigo.
I know that Pfizer's deal with Israel allows them to advertise. I'm almost positive that they can there's advertisements in the UK. Anywhere that there's partial privatization or full privatization of the healthcare system, you're going to have pharmaceutical advertising because that's what helps, formulate part of the healthcare infrastructure and ecosystem.
That didn't used to be the case in the United States. That was a change made under Bill Clinton
Nixon.
and Al Gore, I thought. I'm talking about directed pharmaceutical advertising to patients on television. I was thinking that was in 1994 when they passed
I have
that
to
law.
jump off, you guys.
But anyways,
But thank
Thank
you.
you
what?
for coming on. We're
Yeah.
gonna have to come
many
back
blessings.
Yeah.
on. We've been trying to figure this out for a little while, so I'm so
Yeah.
glad that you came on, and you got to come back.
Thank you.
And we'll
for-
cover some shit.
I'm gonna
Which I
have to
totally
bounce here soon too. I gotta put together the show for tomorrow. Hunter, you kick
Bye.
ass. You're
I'm so
awesome.
glad you came on, though.
I know. Thank you.
I love you.
Love
and
you too.
text me, and we'll figure out another time.
Okay. Bye.
Take care. Be well.
I'll text you, Steve.
Okay, that's my
Oh.
dog.
Where's your other dog? Where's your dog? Where's
Oh well, he's asleep over there by the door. But
You're like, I'm not waking him
Hunter
up.
Hunter and Ty are fucking fam, dude.
Yeah, good people, like absolutely, like.
You know,
just
Steve,
genuine.
a wise man once said, "Let sleeping dogs lie." Yona.
Yeah. This one's needy as fuck, dude. As soon as I stand up, he's gonna wake up out of a dead fucking sleep. Be like, "Where are we going?"
Yeah, that's Leo will do that too. But sometimes he likes to sleep on his back with like half of his like just like the top half of him like is under the blanket and the other half is like sticking out. So you just see these two legs sticking out from under the blanket and like a pair of nuts. He's just like
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He's-
No, Gomez is letting it all hang out at all times. Just really. He'll do this like weird spazzy shuffle thing on his back on the ground. I took a video and I sent it to Hunter because we were like talking about dogs and fucking shit like that. She's like, "That's wholesome." Fuck, you're not wrong. Shit, I didn't even. I'm like, look, your dog's retarded. And it's like, no, that's. Huh.
Yummy. Wow. Good
Yeah.
Lord.
I mean,
Yeah.
how do these other countries do the healthcare where?
Well, they've
Yeah,
had it for 70 years. They've had it for 80 years, or they've had it for 50 years. It's so entrenched into their system that it seems ridiculous to them that it's slowly getting privatized in a lot of places. It's a complete reversal. And when something's part and parcel of your country generationally, way harder to unravel the mess, as we're seeing with our current healthcare system. You know what I mean? So look, yes, healthcare is a human right. Yes, it would be way preferable if people did not have to die bankrupt from preventable illness.
Yeah. Yeah, we're agreeing on that
not,
part. Yeah.
I'm not saying, fuck you, die broke. That's not my standpoint.
Yeah.
But if you're asking me, would you vote for a politician who is
I won't vote.
advocating Medicare for all in the current system? Go fuck yourself.
Ooh.
No,
Thanks, but no
I'm not
thanks.
going to do that.
Sorry,
I'm not going to
sorry.
do that because that already tells me that politician is crooked or they're dumb. Or both. Most likely both.
I think people just want to just go on with their lives and not have to deal with any of this shit. And what I tell people is we have to walk towards the things that scare us, the things that make us uncomfortable, that we're afraid of. We have to go walk towards them instead of walking away from them all the time, because the only way we're going to solve things where we don't have all these horrible things in the world that have been passed on generation to generation to generation that have brought us here You know, the only way we're going to stop that cycle is by stopping the fucking bullshit. I refuse to pass on to the next generation what we have now. My daughter is 18 and I'm like, fuck, I cannot just pass that on to her generation without trying, without fighting. You know, like it was handed to us, and you know, we have to think about many generations down the road. My daughter doesn't even want to have children because of the condition of this world. You know, and it's like, that's sad. That's horrifically sad to me.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking earlier about the suicide rate in the United States amongst children under the age 10. And it's, it's so unprecedented. The numbers are so stark. And it's like nobody's talking about what's happening to these young children here in the United States and the impact that, the cancellation of sports leagues, closing of schools and everything, the point I really want to elucidate that I pick up on with Steve is, that I really agree with is under the current context, it's like Medicare for all being rolled out to everyone would be comparable to like meals for all being rolled out to the whole country under a single payer system. And you can get any type of McFood or McBeverage you want from their McMedicine. And it's like, yeah, I'm kind of more in tune with what FDR was talking about before he died in terms of an economic bill of rights that included the right to free medical care through a single payer system, but you get to choose the care. And so, if I wanted to go see my Cherokee medicine man, then it's covered. Rather than, well, you can either go get remdesivir or you can just suck it, Yona. And, I don't know about that. I don't know. I got trust issues now because these people are like lying to our face and thinking we're like stupid, Steve. And Yona not stupid. Neither Steve or Lucky, nobody else. We're kind of figuring this out.
I brought it up a few streams back when we were discussing this. I'm like, the healthcare system is going to be completely shit. Because when people realize what's been going on, they're not going to trust any of this. And now what? What about the after effects of all this is going to happen? It's going to be a disaster for
what happens when the thrill is gone, BB King? Nobody wants to hear them play anymore.
The dismantling, the intentional dismantling of the institutions, the controlled demolition of the American empire, all of these things, these are to sow distrust in them. When you lose trust in your institutions, when society is breaking down, when you've successfully destroyed the family unit, when you've broken people's brains by their government school or their Rockefeller textbook or their fucking Marcusian OSS woke nonsense in academia, and you spit out a society that is so fundamentally incapable of caring for itself, then it allows some, demonic fucking actor like the state to swoop in and be like, look, different factions of the state to swoop in during that breakdown and be like, look, either warlord with us or they're going to get you. It allows more controlled chaos so that then all of their friends, the Council of 300 Milner Group, what the fuck ever, can swoop in and be like, look, we've got all that's left of all the existing military technology, this, that, and the other. One world government, motherfucker. This is how all you have to do is sort of relocate the capital of wherever you want the Roman Empire to go to until you get your fucking, they're calling it now, the new global governance. It's the new global governance. It's
one world government.
Yeah, but it's the same New World Order, one world government bullshit. It is. And by the way, it's black flags and white pills. That's how you do this shit. Black flags and white pills.
Yeah.
I saw earlier, I think it was Julie that was saying that the truckers are being supported by the nurses in Canada, and I was seeing how they were gathering in Kentucky and where was it, North Dakota,
Yep.
and Washington State up at the border. The U.S. truckers were starting to gather in those areas. Have you guys heard anything about that?
There were supposed to be about 10,000 U.S. truckers trying to cross the border south of Ottawa earlier today.
That's what I
There have been a handful of different trucker protest things that have been talked about. But look, man, Reed Coverdale's got a really good point. Most people aren't prepared for a trucker strike. Most people aren't prepared to have their supply chains completely fucking cut off. Those mutual aid groups don't really exist. They're not stocked. It's the fucking dead of winter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you're going to do sustained action like that, you have to prepare for that. You have to make sure that people are going to be able to get fed. You have to make sure that people are going to be able to have changes of clothes and fucking, hot running water, be able to wash their ass a little bit. Like, this is important stuff.
Fuck yeah.
And so if that coordination hasn't taken place, if you don't have mutual aid groups that are connected to strike leaders and organizers, if you don't have people that are, using to the best of their ability encrypted communications to do this shit, if you don't, then it's not going to roll, especially in some places large as the U.S. With Canada, with a much smaller population, with a much more rural population, with most of the people in the cities that actually do have things like healthcare and some sort of mutual aid and shit like that that's entrenched in part of the society, way easier. But for all of the people that want to make comparisons between the U.S. doing a trucker strike like Canada or anywhere else, really, no, I'm sorry, but you've got to apply what the situation on the ground is like in that country if you want to make it successful. The exact same thing as the whole yellow vest shit. For years, dude, people would ask me, why can't we do this in the U.S.? One, there's no will for it. That's not how that works. But two, here's the other thing. The yellow vest, something that every French citizen got, it has to be in every single motor vehicle. It's something that everyone already had. It was something that they could all put on as an identifier. We're a part of this protest, but they didn't have to go out of their way. They didn't have to spend any fucking money on it. There was, it's nobody had to vote on it. You didn't have to decide what the fucking flag was. It was like, you have one of these, I have one of these. Let's put them on and go protest.
I think all of those are valid, and also the fact that, like everybody always points out, like in France and Italy and places like that where people are fucking protesting, their employment isn't tied to their health care, so they can actually, go
Certainly.
make demands on people.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of the United States, Steve's point is poignant because, in the case of a trucking protest in the United States, as it is right now, the Class 1 railroads are already running the railroads at a complete breakneck. They empty the yard with every train with 3 or 4 power units up front, 2 helper units in the middle, 5 miles long a fucking freight train. It's already ridiculous. I think about 17,000 railroad workers at Burlington Northern Santa Fe tried to go on strike. And this past Friday, a bullshit temporary restraining order by a judge said they're not allowed to go on strike. But I mean, we also saw a bullshit temporary restraining order by a judge. Same legal tactic was pulled up in Wisconsin. Was it in
where they
Green Bay, Wisconsin? I think between what was it? The Theta Health Services and Alliance Health Systems.
You go to the hospital, right? And you're like, I want the healthcare worker that's not allowed to leave this job. I want that one. I want the one. They're really gonna care.
And so, that Friday, the judge said that these employees weren't allowed to go to the other hospital that had offered them a better job and a better benefit. And they'd gone back to their original employer and said, hey, you going to match this offer? It went back and forth for 60 days. It finally came down to the day they were all going to start work at this new hospital. And they run into the courtroom at the last minute. Say, oh, no, temporary restraining order. They have to stay at this hospital. The judge is like, oh, well, I can't force them to stay at that job because, there's the 13th Amendment against involuntary servitude. But I won't let them work at the new job either. Well, then Monday, when they came back, the judge was like, okay, you guys had the weekend. Did your lawyers work out anything? And the lawyers were like, well, no. He's like, well, then fuck your restraining order. They can go to work. And I was like, oh, okay. Well,
I just saw today there was another big shop. I think it was in New Mexico, a car manufacturer, and all the employees there, like 700 employees or something, trying to, do a worker strike and a walkout and stuff. And I'm like, fucking.
Sorry, guys. Judge said no. But, the point that Steve made overall is the fact that Americans don't realize that are just jumping on the bandwagon right at this moment. Like, all right, let's get this American trucker protest going. When you fuck up your supply chain, then you need to prepare for siege conditions. You're basically going to be like, pretty much imagine like you're going to be living in fucking Cuba or something. I mean, it's gonna be basically like a supply blockade because the railroads aren't going to be able to make up for it. And most of the dry and wet and refrigerated goods, most all goods, are transported coast to coast in the United States on 18 wheels. That's a fact, Jack. And they're already at the breaking point. I mean, Biden administration was already trying to put a vax mandate on truckers. They ran it by the Teamsters and the other unions representing truckers amongst their voting union members. And I think at that point in time, it was over 60% were hell no. And they're desperately looking for more truckers. They need more truck drivers. So they're already at a loss for truck drivers. And so it didn't happen because, again, the United States is already at a breaking point in terms of supply chain, not to mention the issues, with the infrastructure. I'm not quite sure what's been going on at the Port of LA.
I want to answer the question right here, too. Insight and Awareness is asking if there was any military, they were going to bring in the military to stop the protests. Have you guys heard anything about that? Steve, did you hear anything about them?
I mean, they had downtown Ottawa on lockdown. They were talking about rolling National Guard for the blockade at the border. And that's what they were talking about, rolling National Guard for.
We were listening earlier, and the chief of Ottawa was like, "We'll come get you,
Glory Jones. Just stop.
We'll come across all borders to get you if you do anything bad at this protest." The chief of police.
He's like, we have to have a
freaking
complaint.
Out.
If you have a complaint, basically report anybody that is doing anything.
That's
wrong.
exactly what he said.
We will go after them, even if we have to go cross precinct and shit. Like, I was like, oh my god, this fucker, man.
He was rabid to take down some of them damn protesters.
Yeah, like itching to take them out. And I was like, I'm like, Steve, did you just hear that? Did you hear what that fucker just said?
Skyla and I were at the supermarket earlier, and I kept goofing audibly to all the masky people that goddamn truckers, goddamn Canadian truckers took all our bread. Son of a damn it. Nobody thought it was funny.
You probably made them like panic buy more. That's everyone's gonna do that, right? Like they're gonna like suddenly,
I mean, it absolutely it affects.
No one appreciates your electrician puns, Glory Jones. They're just nice to you because you're famous.
Famous.
I just keep.
Well, that was kind of jolting.
I have a really vivid imagination, and my weed, Yona's weed is fucking.
I actually did that with a straight
vivid.
fucking face,
and I keep imagining
for a straight face.
I keep imagining that there's going to be this terrible supply chain disruption, and there's going to be disruptions with the internet because of there's gremlins in the fucking wires or whatever thing. It's the grid down or the hackers, it's the cyber paynet, whatever fucking bullshit. And the scenario that the Yona envisions is, are you hungry? Are you thirsties? Do you want to check your notifications? Don't you want a Wi-Fi signal? Well, come on down to Fun Camp. We got 3 hots and a cot waiting for you and free Wi-Fi, folks. That's right. Just get on over to your train station there, and we're sending help. Come on down. Empty shelves no more. And when you get off the train, you get a free shower first.
I'm good in the woods. Like, I'm good. Like, I will just be in the
I
woods.
know you're
Thank you
freaking
very
out
much.
right now. McDonald's drive-thrus are closed. All the Walmarts are closed. You're wondering, what the fuck am I going to do? These damn fascist truckers, you know,
Goddamn
these
trucker.
racist truckers have shut down our supply chain. So we've got a militarized supply chain, and all of these family
took our cat
food
food.
distribution centers that happen to have guard towers and razor top wire just to protect you and keep you safe. And you can leave just as soon as we say it's safe.
Why
And
do
in the
you think that
meantime,
they
you'll
don't
have
care
food
about-
and, oh, what did we say? Free Wi-Fi? You'll have free Wi-Fi.
Well,
and you
that's
can
why I
recharge your
think that
phone.
they are letting the bridges freaking crumble and fall apart. It's because it's easier to contain the people if they can't get out, right? Like, they're like, yeah, these we'll just let these fall.
You just
But
let
then
all these domesticated
we
human
have
pet
less
slaves loose,
crossroads.
and
We
then
have
you
less
put the
crossroads.
Alpo in the
They can't-
cage.
they
And
can't get through.
is that a Big Mac? Bro, don't eat that Big Mac, Hank. Don't you see it's in a trap? And then you see the dog catchers come take your buddy Hank away because he went to get the Big Mac.
But it was a Big Mac, man.
It was a trap.
Ew,
Man.
Big Macs are gross. Their buns have human hair in them.
Most people
What's
that
wrong with
go to
human hair in
camps
your-
in the United States, there will be camps. And there already are. There already are. They're called humanitarian shielding quarantining facilities and for international flights. Anyways, not going to get lost in the weeds on this time. We're going straight to the heat of the meat. Most of the people that go to camp will willingly, they'll walk on foot 100 fucking miles to get that free fucking Wi-Fi and the McFood and the McDrink. Oh, I got to take a shower first. Why do you need my gold fillings first? Okay, whatever. The internet's free though, right? Okay.
I got to
Where
give
do
you
I
my
walk?
teeth as well.
It's sad, man. Oh, this situation with the sheeple is bad.
So you guys are rad, but I gotta bounce and do a whole bunch of shit before I go to sleep, and then wake up early and go do a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah.
I love you, Steve. You always enhance the Yona buzz. Always bringing it.
Yay!
Thank you,
Yeah, much love,
Pokemon. I love you. And we do miss the Friday night shows, the call-in shows. We need to do like a tribute to that or something. We need to have like a special, like, just in memory.
In memory of the call-in show.
Right?
It was so
Yeah.
fun. Or we could
That's-
always
yeah,
do
no, it
it
was
this
fun.
way.
It was-
You know, we could do it this way.
It was a lot of stress on everybody, and it fucking, you know.
That was part of the charm, though. That awkward, fucking pause from the lag and the strange callers that would call, and like, oh my god, that shit had us dying, dude. That was so funny. Bring it back, bro.
Steve,
I'll tell you what. If we can get the morning show built up a little bit more, we can expand it a little bit more, and there's more resources coming in for Slow News Day to do that with.
Yeah,
Then we'll
That's
do
awesome.
fucking 45 minutes or an hour of callers on a fucking, on a 3-hour show.
it's hit or miss whether it's going to be like off the fucking charts funny and irreverent, but it doesn't matter because it's just so fucking weird, like all these different people and their takes on stuff. It's pretty great to hear. I like
It's wild, dude. And trying to deadpan that shit,
I would be losing my mind.
trying to deadpan it, and then like also kind of Art Bell it where you sort of take him seriously,
Right.
up until a point.
It seems like there has to be equal parts. Like it has to be equal measure. Like, no, I'm taking you seriously, even though what the fuck are you saying right now? Good shit.
So
Right,
I want to
right.
ask you one last question there, Steve. You ever heard of the Indian caste system? Like, where Kamala's mother's family is part of the Brahmin ruling caste, and there's also like the Dalit caste, the caste system in India.
Yeah.
Their class system.
It's like
Familiar with it, yes.
Well, finally bitten the bullet. I got my StreamYard and everything. I'm about to launch my first podcast ever called Hi Yona, the lower caste. Because, you know, I'm speaking from West Virginia. I speak for the partially toothed and the partially shoed. I'm speaking from a lower caste frame of mind, but I'm Hi Yona. So, you know, Hi Yona, lower caste. It's like a yin and a yang, all in a catchy phrase.
It's about balance. like the hair in a McDonald's bun. You know, it's about balance.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to speak for all these people that don't exist, Steve. All the people working jobs in California that sleep in their fucking car every night that don't exist, you know, all tens of thousands of them. I mean, it's crazy. You know they exist. I know they exist. We know they exist, but yet they don't exist. What the fuck, man?
All right, you guys rock. If you're awake at 8 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast, come hang out with us. If you're awake at like 8:30 on the West Coast, come hang out with us and John F. O'Donnell.
Nice.
Corey Morningstar will be back on the show on Friday morning. That'll be kick-ass.
Yes.
It's a fucking target-rich environment in the Indian media sphere in the last couple of days, man. It's pretty fucking.
You love some J-Fod.
Thanks for joining us.
Give me that J-Fod.
The MCSE network has just been crushing it.
Yep.
The last couple of weeks and giving it to you in your ear hole.
That's it.
Nico, bring that fire, son. Nico, bring fire.
So, all right, y'all have a fantastic day. Thank you.
I love
you.
You're always welcome to come on, and we can do this anytime. I would love to do another one where you come on. And
until Gomez, Yona said, "I love you." Yona says, "I love you, Gomez."
I will. I'm only gonna do the show when Hunter's on the show.
Go.
Well,
fair enough.
So, you know, Hunter,
all right, y'all.
You're gonna be my bait. I'll just put you on the.
Wait till Doligi. Wait till Doligi.
Many blessings. Nice.
Wait till Doligi.
Like I'm not gonna check. That's my hobby, dude. Like, you're not gonna fucking.
He's like,
text a bitch. Like, are you crazy? All right, y'all. Have one.
All right. Peace out, bro.
Much love. Oh my god.
Wow, man.
Okay, so Tina.
I'm so starstruck.
It's not really Tina's birthday, but
I hope I wasn't too much of a fanboy.
That's right. Her birthday, and so Tina apparently is your second birthday, or maybe it's your very happy unbirthday. Right?
It's her unbirthday.
She
said she was a Scorpio, so her birthday was like months ago.
November, right?
But happy.
Shadow was like, no, it's not her birthday.
I know.
I think someone did start a rumor that it was her birthday.
Nice. Hunter's willing to be the bait. Excellent.
Yes.
This is going to work out perfect.
We'll get Pokemon on again. We should put Steve's head on a Pokemon, like a Pikachu.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody has fucking made that meme yet. Come on. It's so on the nose.
You know whose birthday is coming up? Friday is Charlie Brown's birthday.
That's right. Where the fuck is Charlie Brown? Charlie Brown's Rebellion. Make yourself seen. Come on.
I know. I should text him.
I did text him earlier. I think.
Just say what the fuck.
No, I messaged him on Discord. That's right. Happy unbirthday, L.
Glory Jones.
And happy birthday, Glory Jones. We love you.
L is like, what the?
Wow, it's Glory's birthday too. That's so awesome.
Lolita Express, happy birthday. Gamer for life, happy birthday.
Groundhog love in the house.
Yona, happy birthday, brother.
Tina, I don't know. A rumor started that it was your birthday. So it's very happy unbirthday to you.
At least you have it documented here for perpetuity, you know?
You're like,
you can come back and like, remember that day? It wasn't my birthday, but everybody said happy birthday anyway.
Groundhog's Day. So like,
that's awesome.
That's your new birthday. We're just changing your birthday.
We're
right
just changing
now.
everybody's
the
birthday.
Stoners
Damn
are
it.
like, it's your birthday now today.
Say it's your birthday.
Wait, today's the 2nd.
It's my birthday too,
Yesterday was
yeah.
Groundhog's Day, wasn't it?
Today's date is 2/2/22.
That is fucking insane, bro.
Oh, it's the
That's a
2nd.
lot of twos.
Wow.
22.
In honor of 2/2/22,
Well, look, it's
I'm
gonna be
wearing my tutu.
2/22.
Are you, Steve?
Look,
Of course.
It's gonna be 2/22.
All right.
Yeah, but look, it's gonna be 2/22 right now.
Right now, in 20
Right
minutes,
there. Oh,
in
yeah.
40
It was
minutes.
2/20/22 is how long we were streaming at that very second.
Oh shit, that's
When
a
you
whole
guys
nother.
all said that. Yeah.
That's a
But
whole
then-
other level.
But then at midnight, it's going to be 2/3/22, and it'll be all different.
I just said that number that you just said at the same time. Do you realize
The-
that?
222. 22,
Lori,
22
you gotta
is pretty
figure out when
fucking
you're coming
a
on
lot of
again,
twos,
too,
man.
'cause that was so fun. Sarah said, "Happy whenever, happy win."
Oh my
ever."
God, Stever. I
What the-
saw the funniest clip from The View earlier today. You're not going to believe this, dude.
Oh my
Was it
Oh
was
my
it
gosh.
was it Whoopi's flatulence? Because she is famous for the flatulence, you know.
I think
How'd
she
you
had
know?
the freaking
You already heard
thing.
about it?
Nazi minimizing and flatulence
No,
all
we heard
day.
about it. We heard about the Whoopi thing.
I mean, Stever,
Okay.
Whoopi kind of broke it down for me, okay? Turns out Whoopi's real name, she's actually a Karen. But,
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
anyways.
We know that.
Yeah, we know. We
Okay.
know.
That's Mrs. fucking Karen to you, pal.
Right after.
And she does want to talk to the manager because turns out
Her last
the
name is
Holocaust
Johnson.
was not racist because Nazis, gypsies, and Jews are all honkies. Honky, honky.
Okay, honk. So they're like a bunch of mallards in a pond.
No, wait, don't cancel me. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Stephen Colbert, please tell my boss not to cancel me.
Oh, don't you go suspending me. I'll just quit.
No, dude, she exposed herself for how pathetic she was, like at the beginning of this fucking mess. You know, about three or 4 years ago, we were still on the fence about Whoopi. Like maybe she's kind and cool, and then she's
No, this was
said
like
a lot of
2.5
shit.
years ago.
Ooh,
That's what I
Are you
said.
talking about the freaking-
Phenomenal with
That's
the
what I
was gonna
said.
Say that, Steve. I was.
Okay, you
yeah,
tell
so
him.
Whoopi Goldberg was going to marry us, guys, and this was before we were up to date on how fucking shitty her politics were, and it was before all the COVID shit, and like we were supposed to go to her house.
This is literally a
Like,
true
yeah,
story.
Like it's a true story. Like
Wow.
I was supposed to bring my djembes and Steve the guitar, and like we were gonna go hang out with.
We were gonna like
Whoopi
get a bunch of mushrooms and some acid and
Yeah,
fucking
like-
get spun and have a good
yeah.
time with Whoopi.
and bring Bud, like
Uh-huh.
so because she has a house in Connecticut.
Jumping
Of
Jack
course she does.
I'm
Flash.
not serious. 4th of July party. We
The
were
Connecticut
supposed to go
penis
and
is
stay
I was
rich
about to
with-
say, is it in the penis part of Connecticut?
You know it is, bro.
Oh,
You
of
know it
course.
is. You can count on it.
Greenwich,
In all
Greenwich, Connecticut.
seriousness, I loved Whoopi back in the day and the movies and stuff that she was in, and so I was like, I didn't think about the politics that I didn't watch her on The View or anything, so like I didn't realize what a shitload she is, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so glad we did not have that happen. That would have been so awful.
It would have been the curse of Stephen Lucky.
I know. I'm gonna have our friends.
Whoopi's curse.
I'd rather have friends do it. Oh my gosh.
Whoopi can minimize the Third Reich and destroy a marriage
Dude,
single-handedly.
and my Twitter is going crazy right now. I put up something saying like, don't if you don't like Joe Rogan, then don't watch him. Nobody's making you, and like
Turn
You
up.
know what? I'm going to put on my
Censored,
marital counselor's hat here. Where's my hat on marital
Hang on,
counseling?
though.
And
I have like 4,000
relationship here.
fucking likes on this one fucking
Oh,
tweet
yes.
that I thought
here it is.
maybe. A couple
okay,
people
here's some
in the-
advice for all you couples out there, Lucky.
Hang on.
Dr.
Go
Yona is
ahead.
about to take it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, here's my advice to couples. It's more important on your wedding night to make Whoopi than meet Whoopi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Marital advice over.
Oh my
Just had
god!
to say that.
I have a question. Why are man buns called man buns, and women's hair is just called buns? Why is that? Can anybody explain to me why a man having his hair in a bun is suddenly some new fucking thing, and why they have their own name. Why do they have to identify the gender of the person?
Yona's
that has a
identifying
bun in
with
their
your
hair?
Yona's identifying with your man
Let
bun.
me see
Oh my
if I
gosh.
can't do a
Wait,
man
wait,
bun
I have
here.
to tell him something. One time I was with one time I was inner tubing down like one of the rivers
Peekaboo.
here in Connecticut. Oh my god. And we were going down like the level 3 rapids, right? And then we're gonna be like heading towards like the level
It's Chris Gaines.
1 rapids or something calmer. But so we're like slowly getting to that second part, and I see a guy floating down the river and it's all calm, and I'm like, oh hey, I like your man bun. And my friend starts ragging on me and telling this guy all this shit, like, oh, she wants more than your man bun and all this other shit. I was like, oh, all right, I'm out of here. Nice to meet you in your man bun, but peace out.
I'm gonna rock this instead of the man bun because
Yeah, that's a nice look.
If I saw you in an alley, I might run.
It's Chris Gaines, the other Garth Brooks. Come on.
I was like, who the fuck is that? I don't care if you look like Yona. Oh my god.
It took me a minute to like get it all out of my face. Like I started out like cousin It, you know.
While you're doing that, and I'm trying not to look at you, but I see you in my face, and I'm like, oh my fucking god.
All right, back to you, Lucky. I got to work on my man bun.
Horny unicorn's like, get a haircut, yeah, hippie.
Oh my god.
Goddamn long hairs.
Oh.
I used to be a long hair back in the day, and I got to be about 27, and then the long hairing stopped. It just was like, fuck you.
I get so.
Sign says long hair freaky Yona need not apply.
Did you see that there really is a marmot here? We have a marmot. His name is Buddy.
Goddamn marmots. Cultural Marxist marmots.
Next time you see who is it? Jack Sith, you ask him about the marmot.
Yona hair is on
named
fleek.
Buddy.
No shit. Glory said Yona hair on fleek.
Yona, we could do like matching hair.
All right, let's see here.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bella, you are freaking hilarious. Only in America do we accept weather predictions from a rodent, but deny climate change evidence from science.
Oh, man.
Can I put that on a bumper sticker, please?
That's beautiful. It's a little wordy for a bumper sticker, but it's an excellent idea.
Can I put that?
Oh man, I really pissed off my hair. It's kinking and screaming, and I mean, okay. Some guys, and I know just about all ladies, are going to understand the Yona when he says this. Sometimes you can really piss off your hair, and you know when your hair it's fucking mad at you. I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I'm talking about. Like
it's a hair thing, baby. You wouldn't understand. Steve's
I
marmots
really-
ate my parsnips.
Oh,
That is allegedly okay. That's just a rumor.
oh wow.
Wait, maybe you met the other Steve. Shit.
God, this fucking Cheeto piss is kicking my ass. Oh my god.
Yona's hair is fire. He has a really nice, sleek,
today's
shiny hair.
birthday?
It's really
Is
lovely.
today's birthday propaganda's birthday?
It is. Quinn Peterson.
Wow.
It's your birthday.
Another Groundhog
Oh my God.
birthday.
He needs a song. You gotta play him a song, Steve. He needs a song.
Is it really probably birthday?
I think it is.
I think it is. It's going to be anyway.
It's gonna be his birthday, and it's Tina's very unhappy birthday too.
It's in June. Happy birthday, Rob. Happy birthday, propaganda. Happy birthday, Quinn Peterson. We love you because you're a funny motherfucker. Happy birthday, Prop.
One more winter has been conquered. You just feel like a winner. So unique like a snowflake. Never melts, but always makes. So happy birthday. And anymore.
Happy birthday, Prop.
Wow. Wow, that was magic.
Who else's birthday is this month?
That was magic. That was magic, Stever.
It was.
That was lugubrious.
That was lugubrious propaganda birthday in C. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
It's very happy on birthday to everybody. Remember?
It is.
in
It's
Alice-
not. It's not.
Alice in Wonderland.
You're right. It's not. It's not limited to any one person. It's all of y'all.
Very happy on birthday.
Whenever your
to
birthday
you, to
will be,
you.
whenever your unhappy birthday. Amber King just left her birthday month. Where did you leave it? You left it back at your birthday party, obviously, right? Donald Duck. Is it the Prop's birthday? Yes. As far as
I think that's what we came up with, right?
Yeah.
Is that Gamer? I'm a Leo too.
that's right. Celebrate
But
your
Leo,
birth.
The dog is not a Leo, and I didn't name him Leo.
I was just kidding,
What?
Amber.
But I've been with him most of his life since he was in his mama's belly.
Because I remember that your birthday was like right around my birthday. Like in the same week, I believe.
Oh yeah, Gamer, what day is yours? I'm July 31st. I'm the very last date in July.
Guess what, Lucky? I've been writing a new song. I'm actually writing words and everything for it. It's called Mount Everett, the Connecticut. Mount Everett, the Connecticut. Connecticut.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Because
guys-
no offense to Leo, like Yona got mad love for Leo. Don't get jealous, Leo. But
already has
Yona got love
Leo
for the
has a
dogs and the cats. Okay. Yona got love for all the animal nations: Buffalo Nation, Deer Nation, Dog Nation, Cat Nation, Possum Nation, Raccoon Nation. Mad love. All the animal nations, all the four-legged be my
You know,
homies.
it's not lost on Leo that you've written a beautiful song for him, and now Everett's just going to be like, "You think your song was good?" He's going to be over there talking to that fucking bird, like, "Yo, you heard that song?
Oh shit!
That's my.
I gotta
fucking
remember
song, dog."
Leo's song now. I have to remember Leo's song. The Leode, the ode to Leode, or Leode for sure.
Or Leode.
Leode.
We all need to put out positive energy today because 2222, that means stay positive in numerology says ICU has the cutest laugh, guys. And she's probably gonna laugh.
Yeah, her fucking giggle is like one of those.
Yeah, best giggle award.
Best giggle goes to
Make
ICU.
a best giggle award.
Yeah, and Icy has a birthday in January, like right on the same week as mine.
I
too.
remember how the
The day
Leo
after
song
mine.
started.
I knew it.
Leo's song started out in that Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon shit.
Yes. Yeah, it was like an E minor, I think, or
Yeah.
a minor key anyway. And free Mr. Wilson. Everybody put their 222 energy into.
Free Mr.
Great gig in the
Wilson.
sky. It's great gig in the sky, Stever. That's
Yes,
what it is.
yes.
Great
That-
gig.
That's right. So
Leo is the great gig in the sky.
it might
Chihuahua.
actually be G or D then. Maybe it's
Yeah.
not in the E. It makes me wish I had a Telecaster or my old Strat with the amp and
So that's how it started. That's where it came from. Oh, I love it when Pink Floyd inspires a motherfucker. Okay.
yeah, you know, Kate. Way over in the minor key area. Nice. Take your cake. It makes me fat. Drive home safely and spare my cat. We love to have you. Your friends are great. We played some music, but now it's late. Everybody's really closely. It's the ASR time.
What is
Such tiny eyes, but they'll look into your soul. He flies above, and his name is Leo. Such tiny eyes, and they peer through your soul. He wears butterfly wings, and he's a bumblebee, don't you know?
Leo.
Oh yeah, and he bangs on the drums with his tiny dog thumbs, and he never misses a beat. And he keeps time with the tempo. He's never out of mention, and he is never gonna put me to sleep, cause he dances in my dreams. It's an ode to Leo. Oh yeah. Such tiny eyes, and they're look into your soul. Good old Leo.
I really love how the animals on this stream are just like held in such high esteem that people come and write songs about them on the fly, and and share that fun with us. Freaking great.
Oh, he came running.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like I didn't pick him for a ballad.
Right, Everett. Like he's afraid of Everett sometimes. Like he won't go by him.
Oh, were your ears burning? I was talking about you.
He's like, hey, buddy.
Oh, is your Everett down there? He gets so freaked out by Everett sometimes. It's so funny.
Mount Everett, the Connecticut.
Well, because
Premiering soon, folks.
Oh, so we started telling this earlier. So the way we got Everett is because the neighbor tricked us into thinking he was like, abandoned kitten, but he really was born right next door.
To be fair, we are easily tricked.
Apparently, you come in and tell me that this kitten was under a bush, and I'm like, oh, we got to get it food and water and warm it up. And,
Full disclosure, they fucking worked us like we were easy marks. They were like,
Skylar joined in.
Got rid of one. Let's get rid of the
Skylar
other ones
joined in.
now.
And then so I was like, oh, look at him and Leo want to play and stuff. So I'm like, oh, let's let him play for a minute. And then the neighbor's like, all right, well, like, I'm just going to, bring him back when you're, whenever. And he never fucking left, dude.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe for 1 second
Been a
that
couple
Leo is just a Sherpa for Mount Everett. I want to
Oh yeah, and this is what so this is what
He's a guiding light.
Okay, so Leo played with Everett like since he was 6 weeks old. And so how do you think Leo played with Everett? Leo played like he does with other dogs and other things, you know what I mean? He's very playful.
Playful with the ferrets.
He plays with Neville the ferret. Like
they wrestle.
Time.
Dog and ferret wrestle is pretty entertaining. And then so Leo played with Everett
the whole time, and Everett's growing up, and I keep telling Everett, I'm like, he's gonna get bigger. He's going to get bigger.
And now he is 2 Leos.
3.
At least.
He's like 20 something,
18 pounds. He's like 2.5 Leos.
Yeah. But anyway, Leo gets afraid of him and doesn't want to walk by him sometimes. Because
I wouldn't either, because he's like, what the fuck's up, punk? I would kill you.
But I mean, yeah, and everything we talked about this earlier. you know, Steve thinks that every animal that interacts with each other, they're always trying to kill each other.
No. That's just kitties. Kitty cats, okay? They see the ferret and they're like, "The fuck out of here, long mouse! I'm gonna fuck you up." You know, they don't care. They just like that. That's how they see everything. Everything is prey. You're their prey, even if you're way too big for them to kill. They're apex predators. That's what cats are. They can see in the fucking dark, yo.
Okay, so I
How are
have
you
to
feeding
show
that
you
bird
now. I
kittens?
have to show you guys something.
I think I
Because-
figured it out. I've been thinking about it long and hard, and I've got it figured out. I finally figured out what
Dumb
Whipley was
cat
trying to
blues
talk
their
about
way.
the
Okay.
humanity and the racism. But I'll get to
Hang
it
on.
after the video.
Let me do this.
After the video.
Where's that?
There he is.
That was off for a while, right?
Oh, you're dancing?
This is pretty.
You dancing?
So, hey, Stever.
Yo,
So
Does
the
that,
fact
does
that the
that
dog
make
eats a beef-
Leo's like a Phil Collins because he's drumming and singing, right?
yeah, he's
Dude.
he's multifaceted. You know,
We didn't
he's very
teach him.
complex.
we
There's
didn't
not many
teach him how
bands
to
that
do
have lead singing drummers, right?
It's true.
You don't
You had,
see that quite
you had
often.
the Eagles, you had the Genesis, and not that many.
That's right. Don
Not that many.
Henley was the drummer.
Yep.
Good looking out, Stever. Wait, yeah, right there.
And I want to show you one other thing. 'Cause Leo is, a professional here.
Donald Duck says, "Stop talking quack about me."
Yes.
I
So,
heard Donald Duck smokes quack.
okay. So
You know he does.
in honor of Mr. Wilson. Okay. This is in honor of Mr. Wilson.
He lives in Orlando, for fuck's sake. Of course he does.
Not Mr. Wilson, Donald
No,
Duck.
Donald Duck.
No, Mr. Wilson.
He's not a quackhead.
Wait, let me start that.
Leo's like staring at the TV, like, "What the fuck? How you got my voice in there?"
Huh?
You hear that dog?
Oh, we got to do a keyboard duet now.
Oh yeah. I told you, he's very deep. He's multi-instrumentalist.
And like we didn't teach him these things. Okay, like it wasn't like
He will do anything for cheese. Okay, anything he will do. He will complete whatever task. He'll press the button that says "mommy." He'll press the button that says "play." He'll press the button that says "out" if he has to go out. This dog, like, he knows shit. He's a smart little pup.
And Leo's an artist. I mean, you might slow down the artist, but you're not going to stop that art, buddy.
That is true.
That art's getting out.
So it's crazy because
His art is our life.
we didn't like he grew up in the music scene, right? Like he grew up with like going to shows with me, being my service dog. He was always around the music. He always actually has especially loved the piano players. That's usually or the keyboard players.
Yep.
He would always end up in the pile of the blankets, like right next to where the keyboardist was. And
That's
don't
why
worry,
we're
anybody
especially
who
close
has-
homies.
He
Yeah.
has special ear protection. His ears were never damaged.
That's why him and Yona are so tight.
Yeah, and
'Cause they
and
share
Mr.
that.
Wilson and him are buddies.
Yep, Mr. Wilson, Mark Mercier from Max Creek.
Yeah, Mark
he's just-
Mercier, he's amazing.
He's just friends with a bunch of different keyboard players.
I'm like so far behind I
Legal.
think, in this chat.
So
You
now,
are.
now to the point that I was ruminating on because I liked Jumpin' Jack Flash. I liked the Whoopi Goldberg movies. I used to own that shit on VHS cassette, motherfucker.
course.
Dude,
You know,
yeah, me too.
I was down for the count.
Sister Act.
Sister
You know?
Act 2.
Sister Act was a great one.
Yeah, dude.
So all of a sudden, she delves into this fresh take on the Holocaust. You know, and you know, after they pulled the Godwin card on Bobby Kennedy for just mentioning Anne Frank hiding in her basement.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, I would like to point out real quick, Anne Frank's family made it all the way to New York Harbor.
Yep.
They made it all the way to New York fucking City. They were in the fucking Hudson goddamn River. And the United States said,
Not so fast.
fuck you, get the fuck out of here. Go the fuck back to Europe. Didn't let a single Jew off the boat. Turned their boat around, sent them from New York City all the way back. They got off the boat within weeks. They were all off to death camps.
Yeah, but you better not say nothing about Israel, because you know that's it's all beautiful with the Jews and the people.
Is that in her diary
Have
to
more conversation, like when someone doesn't agree with us, we say, hey, here's the StreamYard link. Come and join us and let's have a discussion.
Yeah.
You know, but instead they're like, oh no.
No, they'd rather take
2 weeks. You're in timeout.
Yeah. They'd rather call Bobby Kennedy.
So-
It's a distraction, guys. It's a distraction.
So let me get this right. Okay. The Anti-Defamation League just revised their definition of the word racism to racism is what white people do to minority people. That's what racism is. It's like, oh, okay, that's a new definition. All right. Kind of, I mean, that very definition itself
kind of myopic.
kind of sounds racist in itself.
It
Anyways, I digress. Moving on to the Whoopi, the new Whoopi metaphysical take on the
I just
Holocaust.
totally spaced out like that whole thing. Like
Yeah. So
Sorry,
let me see here. Her argument is that the Holocaust was not like racist.
Yeah.
Because gypsies and Jews and Nazis are all honkies.
Yep.
So then was it not crimes against humanity, but like crimes against honkmanity? Is that a word?
Hunkmanity. I think you might have just coined a phrase.
I think I just invented another fucking word. Honkmanity. Greater whitedom, right? That
Greater
exists in Greater Caucasia. That's where Caucasian Jesus.
Well, that's where the
comes
white
from.
people originated, right? In Caucasia.
And the prosperity gospel comes from Greater Caucasia as well. Yeah.
Well, geez, I mean, almost took the Lord's name in vain. That wouldn't be very white of me, now, would it?
Honkmanity. So this isn't a crime against all of humanity, just the honkmen or the honkies. Wow. Because, you know, I mean, honkies isn't racist. That's just cute and funny.
Honk if you love Whoopi.
yeah, because you know she honks her ass every freaking stream.
You know, I don't have.
On
I didn't.
cue.
I think we've made it clear that we had nothing
And Peaches is
but
laughing at
respect
us.
and fucking, you know, adoration for her prior to this hot take, for one thing, and just several other fucking things she said over the last few years have
Wait a
just
second,
been
Stever.
up her ass. To be
Stever.
honest,
If you add the R at the end of the word, like from Steve to Stever, right?
Uh-huh.
And you go from honk to honker. All right.
Honker.
The honker is the one who honks.
Mm-hmm.
So if you call me the honky, I'm the one you're honking at. That's right.
That's
You
right.
think I'm sexy, don't you?
I'm
You're
just well,
honky.
beep beep.
You're the honker, and I'm
Beep,
the
beep,
honky.
good buddy.
Honker, honky. Honker, honky. It's really a compliment if you think about it.
Me me.
You're honking at me, aren't you? I'm the honky.
Jesus Christ.
I think
I figured
the
it out.
honker up in Canada, guys.
I think it's really
the
easy.
honking is in Canada. You
That's
guys
That's true.
brought it back.
Up by the border.
Truckers.
Get the
Oh.
duck out of here.
Then
It all circled back to Donald Duck, didn't it?
that makes Trudeau the honky.
Are you Canadian, Donald
He's
Duck?
getting all those honks.
And you know what? You know what's funny? A lot of people call the geese that you hear honking around. They call them Canadian, but they're actually called Canada geese.
Canada geese.
They're Canada geese.
Everybody
and
says it.
too.
Everybody
What
says
the
it
hell?
wrong.
All this honking.
But honestly, in all honesty, I think this maybe needs like clarification. Like Yona's take on Whoopi's take is Yona's take on Whoopi's take. You don't have to agree with him. You know, you don't have to agree with him. It's just, you know, we're
I'm
joking
just trying
around
to
and we're
boil
being
it
serious
down.
about how myopic and how fucking like one-sided Whoopi's fucking take is on that. And the fact that she doubled down on it, well, okay, you know, kudos to her because she stood up for what she thought was what was the thing to say. But if she like sat back for a second, maybe talked to Yona for about fucking 5 minutes, she would figure out that, well, yeah, you know, that's not quite what I meant, you know.
Well, you
And
know,
I understand that, you know?
But she's bringing attention to it, and we're having a conversation.
We're having a conversation,
A
so
lot of people are now aware. Like,
I'm down with
what's
that.
the Holocaust? Like, all the people that weren't educated on that, like, kids don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I went to the Holocaust Museum when I was 10 years old in New York City. Like, I went to Ellis Island when I was 10 in New York, and I went to Liberty Island, and I learned these things, and, you know, it was all around me. But like, that's not around kids now. It's not.
Yeah, no, they don't. They're not teaching you know, even a fucking vague picture of what the fuck happened there.
Yeah.
Like all the involvement of, you know, our government with the things that were happening in Europe, you know, and it was just all fucking robber barons making fucking money. It's just garbage. It's always garbage. Imperialism is garbage.
And as we give you,
It doesn't
the
change.
crazy news,
You know,
Farron,
I guess I'll put the facetious, sarcastic, smarmy, satirical Yona to the side just for a second. And, you know, go over some basic fucking knowledge. You know, when Whoopi iterated that the Holocaust wasn't racist, it was literally the most absurdly dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard said about World War II my entire fucking life. Okay, that's because the core belief of the Nazi supremacy ideology was that they had a racial genetic superiority and they needed to purge the Third Reich of the handicapped, the disabled. That was the T4 program. They had to get rid of all the inferior races that didn't have the blue eyes. And I'm sorry. It was blonde hair and blue hair and blonde eyes. Yeah, there we go. They all had to have blue hair and blonde eyes and sing la 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 like Smurfs. Otherwise, they had to be killed. Never mind the fact that, you know, Hitler was actually from Austria and he had brown eyes and black hair. Anyways, it was about racial superiority. Joseph Mengele was doing all this. Oh, I'm sorry. I just ran out of cereal. I'm no longer back to facetiousness.
Damn it,
That's all
Yona,
get.
you had it going for a second there. You were almost there.
Back to sarcasm again. Sorry. Back to satire again. I'll add 60 seconds, man. I was for reals for as long as I could be lucky. Back to my comedic takes.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I think it's ironic that, you know,
God damn.
it's ironic for so many reasons, you know, just like what the fuck if people don't understand, like Ellie brought up, it was I'm sorry, and says at least she didn't bring up Prescott Bush, you know, like
well, then
yeah.
before that,
Yeah.
you could have said it wasn't just about race; it was about inhumanity. Exactly, and I mean, I'm not going to speak for her, but like I agree with what you're saying, though, Al. Like, you know, like it's very clarifying when it's put that way. Is that, you know, like I always say, like our words matter and how we say things, it matters, and it's not about it's not about censoring. It's about what we're saying and how we're saying it. So it's like actually clear, and we're not misrepresenting what we're saying and causing a big, you know, stir.
I mean, you know, to be
when
fair,
she probably did mean it like what you're saying, but who knows?
When you say that it's not really about all of inhumanity, but it's about inhumanity, you're fucking making up words again. You're just making up shit. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, literally, when I first heard her say that, like, that meme played in my head of, like, you are really, really dumb. For real, though.
It was really, really dumb.
Really? Wow. Like, well, nothing at all. There was, like, nothing at all eugenic about the Holocaust.
Yeah, no,
What?
it was just, it was eugenic to honkies, right? Wait, how did that go again? Damn it, I can't remember now. It was so long ago.
Because the best part is, listen, I'm telling you, the Holocaust was not racist. They were all just a bunch of fucking honkies, right? Waka waka. Like, whoa, you're arguing that it wasn't racist by categorizing all of it with racist language.
That's exactly it.
That's good.
It's not racist, and you're describing it with racist terms. That
That's some 3D chess. That's like the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, redefining their definition of racism.
Do you see what
To
Ellie
be
said?
a racist definition of racism, like
that's
it was
absolutely
Brad Christian had it on the daily.
on point. Elle says, if she get fired if she brought up all of the companies that assisted the Holocaust and the people that backed Hitler, she'd be fired in 2 seconds. She wouldn't just be suspended.
Now, this is where we should be on top of it. All of us that are against this kind of thing and against censorship. Now, if we had it on point, what we would have done is use this opportunity to do that and point that out with her mistake, and because it's trending, use that moment to bring up that she would get fired for. No matter what, it doesn't matter, but we could use that to our advantage. And that's what we need to start doing. Like, if something like this happens,
finding
we can get
those
on it and be like, oh yeah, well, blah, blah, blah. And you know what I mean? Mass tweeting it and tagging her in it. Because when she's trending like that, and it's a shit lib, like, we can go on the freaking tails of that and make it worth our while.
Coca-Cola doing business as Fanta.
Doing business as Fanta.
We're
actually
Pfizer.
This is not Pfizer, it's Tab. It's a Tab Coca-Cola company. The fucking I love that. Aram says, after all that killing and maiming and killing, it was about time someone summed it up in a pithy way. It gets dark in here, folks. Sometimes it might not be for everyone, but I think the thing that comes across is our undying love for Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So really, the Holocaust was more like a honky lips.
Well, Uncle Lips.
A honkalypse.
That was kind of reaching. I don't know if I get behind that one.
Bro, I if you're keeping track, Stever, and all you Burritonians out there, Yona has invented 3 fucking words tonight. What are the 3 words? Honkmanity, in Honkman, and what's the third one?
Oh my God, the honkalypse.
The honkalypse. Thank you,
everyone. Thank you. Good night.
Honka.
Drop the
Clown
mic.
World.
Oh my
Totally
God.
Clown World. We're making new honk words.
This is a clown car of existence, ladies and gentlemen.
As long as we're authentic in what we're talking about, I mean, that's what matters.
I think that is fundamentally the point. Absolutely.
We can change.
Anybody could wander in here. Anybody could wander in here and listen to 10 minutes of us talking about fucking abstract fucking concepts and fucking weirdness. They're like, what the fuck are we watching right now? Somebody accidentally fucking clicked the wrong link. Like, oh, what the fearlessly authentic? Who are these fucking people?
I got a brand new joke for you, Stever. Did you hear up in Canada they got that honky tonka truck convoy?
Oh my God, horny unicorn!
Man. Be careful. We're broadcasting to Twitch. You can't
honky tonka convoy.
You can't say cracker honky tonk boy.
Load them up and trucking. You're only gonna do what they say can't be done. We got a long way to go.
Short
time to
get
get there.
Look out, bandit. It's the honky tonka cop. That is fucking Humanities.
I love me some old Burt Reynolds films. But honestly, my favorite Burt Reynolds is actually when Norm Macdonald did Burt Reynolds. Oh my God.
Oh yeah,
Turd
Norm,
McGirt.
Norm's Burt is fucking
Oh, my
money,
God.
dude. That guy killed that shit.
Dude, when he would go on fucking Celebrity Jeopardy with fucking Will Ferrell.
With the fucking dentine chewing gum, fucking. He's
Yeah.
fucking
And then
brilliant.
the guy playing Sean Connery, I'll take Letits now. That's Let It Snow, Mr. Connery, and no more jokes about my mother, please. Oh, hey, Trebek, that's what she said.
Yes.
I'll take a ham sandwich over there with a side of fries. It's not your turn, Mr. Reynolds.
Can't do the horn right. How do we do the horn?
how where's the horn? Beep, beep.
I need to get a horn now.
Mimi.
Steve, should I write down these new words that I've
You know
invented, or are they total and complete bullshit?
Look,
Well, they are bullshit. They're just about as
Leo-
bullshit as the fart fucking button.
Leo says don't be a sheep, guys. This is Leo's little sheep. What he does to the sheep, he chews on that sheep.
You don't want to know what he does to that sheep.
He's got
Oh,
he's
no.
got a dare dog, dare bear too.
Yeah.
Like literally
I've
dare
got
to keep
clown
your kids
horn
on
as one of
drugs.
my things on the
Leo has
keyboard,
that,
but I'm not going
and,
to do it. I
A
can't.
dare bear.
He likes to really get into that
Drugs
dare
are
bear.
bad,
He doesn't
okay?
chew him up, but he shakes it around. He knows. He does.
Oh boy. You're all
I
the
think there's a
kindest
video-
country in the world. You're like a really nice apartment over a meth lab. On Canada.
Yes.
Wow, man.
Shout out Robin Williams. Love that. Yeah. That was
You know,
another guy.
you've got to
Fantastic.
watch that old video of the song by Bobby McFerrin. Don't worry, be happy.
I love that record, dude.
On that record, in the music video, it's got I can't remember the other guy's names now. I'm so fucking high. But anyways, Robin Williams is on the video,
Yes.
and it's really, I like go back and watch it again, and it's weird. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry. Be fearless. And authentic. Oh, yeah.
My favorite on there was his Susie Q, I think it was. Like Creedence Susie Q. Oh,
Yeah.
Susie Q. Fucking kill that. That record is so badass, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out Bobby McFerrin, goddammit. That dude was a
Yeah,
fucking
man.
monster.
I'll tell you somebody else that I used to listen to back in the day who was way ahead of his time. And that's some Herbie motherfucking Hancocks.
Oh yeah, that guy's a beast, dude.
Can you feel me?
Oh my god. Did you
we're going
did you
way
see
back.
a couple years ago?
Just rock it.
A couple years ago, Bruce Hornsby fucking toured with Herbie, and they fucking killed it. And then he went out with Chick Corea. Like, what the fuck? Just like masters of jazz. Like Bruce Hornsby has no business with these people, and but he's a badass motherfucker himself. So really cool fucking like, you know, they were doing standards and shit. Like fucking
Man, I was really
amazing.
into that like ska and type shit like that back in the day though too. Like I was all about some Stray Cats and Brian Setzer Orchestra and
Oh yeah,
you know, Bare Naked Ladies and all that shit and
all kind of good fucking music to be heard.
You know, I mean, when Gwen Stefani and No Doubt came out, like they were kind of like ska type, you know.
Yeah, they were way more punky before
a
they got all
punk
poppy.
band, you know, and then just like, anyways.
They got hella pop. They got hella poppy, and there's that great video of Sublime playing with them, with her singing with them. That's a great one.
Yeah, but then Gwen got those Juku girls, right?
Steve, have you ever heard Jethro Tull?
If I was a girl fan.
On
La, 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 la. And when she did that, remember that banana song, Lucky?
Birthday.
B-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-S. Oh, I know you sang that shit, Lucky. Come on.
What the? What?
Are you talking about banana hammocks again?
No, the Gwen Stefani. That Gwen Stefani song.
Your mask hammock.
The shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Right?
The shit is bananas.
Don't you think that the mask would be good to hold bananas?
Yeah.
You could carry your bananas.
Banana hammock.
A literal banana. Because the plates accommodate the package. They bump out.
You know what? The ones that I made at first, I'm like, I'm going to turn them into
Harajuku.
Like bra tops. Because they are the size of
you got to play with John Molo, Bella.
They weren't the flat ones. They were the
ones
that
my goodness. That is fucking cool.
God. I'm going to make them like bra top things.
Bella Little Greasy got to play with John Molo, who was the drummer for fucking Bruce Bournesby in the Range for a million years.
Oh my gosh. Bella.
Fucking amazing.
That's amazing. We have to
Tina,
tell our story then. We have to tell our story. About
Tina Q82 just fucking John Stewarted me. Did you ever hear Jethro Tull on weed? Whoa.
Oh my gosh. So Bella, we were at a Dead & Co show, and I have Leo on my shoulder, and he's got his little earmuffs on, and he looks so cute, and we're going through the VIP, and I feel like I have paparazzi all around me because I have phones all around me. People are taking the picture of me and Leo as I'm trying to just walk through to get to the front. But because I was had the cute dog, I was able to get 3 people back from the rail, and we were right under oh my god, Jeff. I could never say his last name.
Jeff
Minty. So he sees me with Leo, and he's laughing and smiling while they're in the middle of playing, the whole stadium, Gillette Stadium. And I'm like, oh my god, Jeff is saying hi. And then he tells him John Mayer while they're in the middle of playing, and then I have both of the guys looking at me while I'm standing there oh my god, I'm right here way up in VIP. And then John freaking tells Weird, and then he's looking at me and Leo, and we're on the big screen with Nugs and all this shit.
And OTL sees, you can see too.
Yeah, and OTL can see too. And I'm like, holy shit, my friends are all in the nosebleed seats, and we got in VIP by incident of them giving me a hard time because Leo was my service dog. And so yeah, I told him I wasn't going back through the regular security line, and so they let me go through a side one and get my bracelet and everything, and they gave us VIP. So we ended up because they gave me a really hard time, we ended up getting VIP that we definitely did not pay for those tickets.
No. Tickets for $100, $110 a piece or something.
For
they were they were stand seats. I don't know where the fuck they were. They were way behind where the fuck we were standing. It was really cool.
They were not anywhere near the stage. Yeah, and because
nice
Leo
playing, Yona
was so cute, everybody. I was like, oh, can I get up? I was just like, yeah, I'm just trying to get up here, and everyone wanted me to stop and take a picture with them and Leo. So I'm just the other day, I was like, how close do you want to get?
Nice. We'll have to revisit that again.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I have an idea that I'd like to do. That I kind of mentioned to you earlier, trying to send multi-track parts to each other and fucking just and then mix it down, and everybody can play against the same click. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it'll be cool. Let's do that.
Yeah,
and then we can put it up and we can give away the fucking money to fucking whistleblowers and fucking people who need it and activists and shit, and it'll be fucking dope.
Mariana, that's awesome.
I am down with that. Bayla's in. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Mariana, I feel that way about Rick Overton. He is Why are you saying turn me up? Am I really that low?
I'm
Might
just
be right.
wondering. Man, you'd think I'd know how to what all these buttons do, but I don't, because I'm just lazy and shit. But yeah, see, I don't have a pitch wheel on this, and
Am I that low? Can you guys hear me? Okay. It's Horny Unicorn messing with me.
You might be.
He likes to do that.
Now you're super loud.
yeah. So
No, you're super loud.
right now I'm playing on this dirt cheap Yamaha, and I can't adjust the tuning on the keyboard. So I think when it comes to collaboration, I'm going to have to record like some basic tracks. Or I'm not basic. I'm just going to have to play a few basic chords, like, you know, F major, G major, E major,
Not
you know, C major, you know, your main chords that you do your tuning with the guitar. That way it can be tuned to the keyboard.
Sure.
So, because otherwise, you know, you get with the problem if it's just slightly off intonation, then you're going to be struck with dissonance through the whole track because of intonation. So,
Yep.
and I guess I'll invest and get a new one because the kids love playing on this one. And I mean, they have little toy pianos, but I like for them to be able to play on it, and they just beat the hell out of it. And it's a really, you know, I mean, when I say cheap, it's like $100 Yamaha piano, which probably costs $200 now because the cost of musical anything has just fucking gone nuts. Like, you used to be able to get a guitar pedal for like $10-15, maybe even $5, you know.
Wow.
And, you know, get the fucking doo-wop strings and shit for cheap. And I mean, now even just a set of fucking guitar strings. Oh my God. Like, just a new humbucker to put on I mean, I don't have to tell you all this shit, Steve. You know, it's just fucking ridiculous now.
It is.
It's asinine how expensive anything is. Even fucking strings.
It is crazy spendy, man. It's nuts. Like, and I need like so few pieces to like actually have like a studio kind of thing going on with like electric guitar and fucking, you know, and drum sounds, and you know what I mean? I could be a fucking one-man band if I just had a little bit of a couple things, you know, like a little bit more power on the computer, and I'm good.
Do you see what Horny Unicorn said?
No, what do you say? You don't need pedals anymore. Well, you do.
Noob. He loves calling us noobs here.
I mean,
that's because everybody in Australia is like way ahead of fucking United States, you know, especially like with fascism and stuff. You know,
like
they got that shit locked down.
I was with the band. I was the keyboardist in a band called Level, and they had a recording studio over off of Campbellsville Highway down in Taylor County, Kentucky.
Nice.
You know, we got to do some recording in there, and they actually had a Moog, and so we were covering Steve Miller Band, and I got to fuck around with that Moog, which is sick. Like, for those that don't know, it's like a type of early synthesizer, 8-bit type. I don't know. It's like really, it's analog type, you know, keyboard stuff, and I mean,
old school.
I dig that kind of shit. You know, so.
I like that too. I think that's why, like, you know, I agree that you don't have to have you don't have to like buy a separate, like standalone thing for your keyboard, like a rack and stuff, like how everybody used to play in the fucking in the 90s. You don't have to do that at all anymore. You just need a fucking powerful enough computer, and you can do it through the computer and have the fucking sickest, hugest sound you ever heard in your life, because everybody's making presets for you. So you buy the fucking VST or whatever the fuck, and you know, boom, you're making pro sounding fucking shit. And that's what's happened to everything everywhere with YouTube content creation and all of it. Everybody is a producer now.
But you know, you get tired of hearing I get tired of hearing just immaculate fucking piano with auto-tuned fucking vocal, you know, because it's not authentic.
Yep.
You can tell it's plastic, that it's like, it's not even sugar sweet. It's like saccharine chemical sweet.
Well,
Like,
sometimes it's all how you use it, man. I've seen people like make the most authentic sounding shit with, completely virtual fucking things, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's fucking stunning if you do it right. So I mean, I know the possibility is definitely there to make like crazy good stuff. Logic Pro on 2 computers. Fruity Loops. I haven't seen that fucking thing in a minute. Horny Unicorn.
Well, what I really like about musical collaboration and improvisation is just the way that I'm always like, it's always like a synergistic thing playing live, because it's like, I feed off of the drummer.
Yeah.
The first thing that I pick up on the keyboard is the syncopation.
Mm-hmm.
And once I get the rhythmic feel, that kind of sets my emotional state. And then when the bass comes in, now that sets my chord progression, because I'm gonna be throwing my chord progression down on that fucking walking bass line. Wherever that bass goes, my chords have got to hit with those fucking bass notes.
Yeah.
So to have the maximum resonance. And I only have to do it every other beat, because you can always feed dissonance into the next beat of resonance, and that works. It's more connective tissue in the music. But ultimately, what really leads the song to me is always the rhythm guitar. People really get lost in the lead guitar and the lead vocalist, but to me, that's like the icing and the candles on top of the cake.
Yeah. The way that I do that, I'm like, I played fucking rhythm guitar in a band for, fucking quarter of a century, and like you figure out how to fit against that rhythm, and the drummers that you lock with are, it's the most fun you can have playing, not melodically and soloing all over the place, but because
the rhythm guitar is the entire fucking orchestra. The rhythm guitar is the entire package. And every other member of the band can always tune into the rhythm guitar, because you've got the syncopation, the walking bass line, and the fucking chords. All three are right there on one instrument, one player. And so most bands, whenever they really get to rocking, whether you're talking Zeppelin or Nazareth or Sabbath or any of them, they all key to the fucking rhythm guitarist. That's who the lead is ripping off of. That's who the singer's belting off of, right? Like, and all I really do as the keyboard is just try to complement the rhythm guitars. And I mean, that's what you really hear, like Skinner, like, I know little about Elvis. And man, you hear the way the rhythm guitar goes back and forth.
That's some of the best. That's some of the best playing right there on anything recorded, as far as I'm concerned. That shit is fucking money all day. It's so perfect.
That's tight. It's clean. It's
super clean. That's the thing, is like really clean, like guitar playing, like fucking Les Paul and Mary Ford or something. You know what I mean? It's like, it's clean, son. It's on the money. It doesn't have any fucking anything chumped at all.
And then Billy Powell literally lights his fucking piano on fire.
Yeah.
He lights those keys on fire.
That's awesome.
Playing with assless chaps. Billy Powell falls out on that. Rest in peace.
Yeah, man.
Assless chaps, Billy Powell.
Fire fucking band. Oh my god. Tina, I love making shit on K-oscillators too. I have one of those, and they are the fucking funnest, weirdest thing to be added to a live band. You know what I mean? Just the sounds that you can make by yourself with it are fucking amazing. But if you're doing it in a band situation, just adding weirdness or soloing with with your fingers, fucking, oh my god,
Yona,
fun for hours.
Hello. It's for you.
It's the president.
Yeah.
Who remembers that?
It's Joe. He wants to know when you want some ice cream.
It's for you.
Pajamas. bananas and pajamas.
Oh my God, don't.
B1, B2.
We're gonna get that song stuck in our head, and I don't want that.
I really like the weird those moments of just fucking the free form thing, you know, like the Grateful Dead would do every fucking show. The drums would do their thing, and then the rest of the band would join them, and they would just make some fucking shit up, and it was like sometimes just the most stunning, beautiful shit you ever heard. Mike Dawes awesome too. There's so many different ones that are just like so many different players that are just like fucking magic and shit.
But what about that song, My Bum Is on the Swedish? My bum is on the Swedish. My bum is on the Swedish. Call it out, guys. You know what I'm talking about.
Have you ever heard of a band named Mr. Bungle was awesome. I had the best cassette of Mr. Bungle, and they played the entire they played the entire Terrapin and like a few other songs and a couple other covers on this one show, and it was fucking fire. Oh my God, they were so good. Unbelievably, just really like articulated that Terrapin station. Just got so huge. Oh, this is intense. Good shit.
Hell, we do live streams on Steve's. I don't know if you've come over yet, but you should, because we do live music over there on his.
Yeah, Mr. Bungle was fucking sick.
Steve, you should go grab the link to your channel and drop it in the thing.
I think it's YouTube.
Go get the link.
I can't because my phone is not charged.
I'll do it.
This part here. There it is. I think it's time to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic, folks. Rough seas ahead.
Rough seas. Everybody remember, if you're rich, there's lifeboats. Don't worry.
Closer to
Fam,
thee,
get seeds.
my Lord.
Get seeds. Start growing your food.
Get seeds.
You can grow the tops of carrots and celery and potatoes. You can onions, ginger. You can grow all that yourselves from the thing that you can get at the grocery store. Same with radishes, any of that kind of stuff. Lettuces. Get your food and start growing it.
I know if I was on the deck of a cruise ship and I had my keyboard out there and Stever was out there with his guitar and pedals and everything, and fucking ship is splitting in half and people are just falling in the fucking water and screaming, I'd look to Stever and say, one more song for all time, Stever. What do you say? Hey, Stever, you want to do Fee by Fish? I'm feeling like Fee right about now. I mean, we could do Closer to Thee, but I'm more like, whoa, Fee, Trying to live a life that's completely free. Come on, folks. Find those lifeboats. Everybody to the lifeboats. Whoa! Who doesn't love fish?
Who doesn't love fish? Come on.
We might as well sing
If I'm
some
gonna
fish.
die,
since we're
I
all
wanna
gonna
die
swim with the
dancing.
fish.
You know, it's so funny. I fucking was just talking about them. I said somebody was. Oh, I was looking at a feed on Twitter, right? And somebody just had a picture that said "Camel Walk," and I'm like, "Oh, that's a fish." I went, "That's a fish song. I remember that, right?" And I see the dude, and he's sitting on the sidelines of an NBA game, and I'm like, "What does that all mean? Like, fish heads are fucking rich douchebags who go to fucking basketball games?" I don't know how to take that. I don't know.
Hey, real quick, Steve. Shout out Trey Anastasio. And
Shout out Trey Anastasio, Mike
fans.
Gordon, and then in the page and the Fishmans.
Hey, do you see this? Horny Unicorn said, "What would you play on a
Paige
sinking Titanic?" What else? No, but I want to ask the chat. What would you guys want to hear? What do you guys think should be
I guarantee that would have been
on
awesome.
a sinking ship?
Listening to Phil Ox play songs in an apartment somewhere in fucking, in the 1960s, just like eating acid and hanging out with Phil Ox.
See, Horny Unicorn's got it. Another
Pissed
one
off
bites the
fucking
dust.
punk rock from the fucking Fountainhead. I don't know.
Really, when the ship deck is starting to pitch and people are sliding right, and they're slide to the left, slide to the right. Dude, we got to do the electric slide. Everybody, one time. King, two times. King, three times. King, slide to the left. Slide to the right. Now clap.
Everybody. Line dancing to death. Come on.
Dude. They're like sliding over, flying off the fucking railings.
I am not I am not a dancer of line dancing. I don't think I ever really did that electric slide.
You don't know what you're missing, darling.
Okay. I like to dance. I like to dance on my own freaking accord. Steve knows this. I want my little bubble, and I want to freaking be able to close my eyes and freaking dance if I want to and have nobody bump into me. I'm very spatially aware of where people are. It's pretty crazy, even with my eyes closed.
But the best part
Especially
about my
on
story
acid.
is, think about it, Lucky. The people in our story don't even know how to line dance. Yona and the Stever are timing their electric slide as the ship pitches hard left.
That's right. It's hard pitching hard to starboard.
And people are getting smacked in the head with sliding furniture, and we're like, slide to the left, bang, bang, slide to the right, boom, one time. Yeah. All right, down to those lifeboats, everybody. Actually, I would probably want to do one of my favorite songs that I really can't enjoy
Mariana,
anymore.
I'm with you.
They were doing a live show one day, and their tape deck skipped, and the vocal track started skipping, and they just kept dancing, and the vocal track was stuck on "Girl, you know it's girl, you know it's girl, you know it, girl, you know."
Oh,
and
no.
Billy and Vanilli are like trying to, uh-oh.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Girl, now you know it's not true, was what happened,
Exactly, I remember.
But when that actually happened, it was really funny.
It was super funny, dude.
I'm just not like.
It was super
I'm
funny.
just not a person who's ever colored the way that they wanted me to, or done anything. I am a rule breaker. I have been since day one.
I know it would.
Okay, no. Wait, listen.
Lucky.
I failed kindergarten. First grade. I'm sorry. I failed first grade because I would not color the way they wanted me to. First grade, I had to repeat because I would not do art the way they wanted me to.
It was the
How
CD that
fucking
skipped.
crazy is that shit? My mom, if I bring it up, she still gets pissed. Like, I don't know why they did that. I'm like, I wouldn't color in straight fucking lines. Guess what? I am an artist and express myself. I've been that way my whole life. Stubborn as fuck. If I'm not doing something, I am not doing it. It will not happen. If I'm saying no, it's not gonna happen. I don't budge.
I just know if, people are freaking out because, the ship is cracked in half and people are sliding all over the deck and getting thrown around, and Stever and Yona are jamming out loud as fuck, and somebody's going to be like, wait a second. Is that fucking Milli Vanilli? Yeah, it's true. Ooh, 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 I love you. And where's Yona? Girl, it's true. Oh, we're all gonna die. Hey, is that Milli? Yeah, we're still gonna die though.
Oh,
that is Milli Vanilli.
It's a good skit though. I like it. The Milli Vanilli death trip.
Yeah, it's way more uplifting than My God, Closer to Thee. Closer to Thee, my God.
Crunchy.
Closer to Thee.
I get the feeling Tina is like a fucking metalhead, like a serious, all business, ministry loving metalhead. You know
Come
what I'm saying?
on. Are you just testing this on now?
I'm just starting to pick up on that vibe.
I knew that vibe.
Benny Hill theme song is what you'd like to hear. I'm sorry, we don't have enough naked breaths for that song.
I heard that Celine Dion had to cancel all of her concerts because of an accident, but Yona knows her heart will go on.
We wish no real harm on anyone.
All night, baby.
We're just,
Celine Dion.
We are comedians here.
Too soon?
Sacre
I don't know. I don't even know what's going. I know that there was a thing and she stopped, but that's it. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, they did admit she's got uncontrollable seizures.
Really?
Yeah.
That is fucking sad, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Girl
and when
had pipes.
somebody that big is having that and not enough people are talking about it, oh my God.
Her music was insipid and fucking,
well, the good news
terrible,
is
but
it doesn't even matter if you're an international fucking musical superstar. If you've been vaccine injured, poof, presto, and you're fucking invisible.
So do you think we can get Leo to play a little guitar? He has
my job. What the fuck?
He has a setup of of drums and tambourines, different drums. One's from India. It's a clay bottomed with the stretched skin on the top with the actual oh my God. I don't remember what I was going to say. But then he's got a little Native American drum that is two-sided with a thicker hide that you're supposed to bang a mallet on, but it's good for him with his little feet. And then he's got a tambourine, too, besides the djembes, another djembe, and then I have my two djembes. But he will actually go, if we have him, set up, where it's three of them, he'll go, he has no pattern. He plays the music like that. He keeps a beat, and we don't even, we didn't teach him how to do that. He grew up with the music.
He did.
Oh, I got something I've been saving for you, Lucky. Oh, yeah. And it's a topic every time we talk about pandemic or Rona or lockdown or anything. We've kind of been dancing around it. We've gone at it straight ahead a couple times with the actual science, but
I don't want to go in too deep into that right now. Not tonight.
No. So
it's late.
What I wanted to share with you of particular note was a very specific part of what I call pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Pseudoscience.
I was told I was a pseudoscience.
Junk science.
Something on.
Pseudoscience.
I was told that just the other day on that freaking stream that got 4,000 likes or something like that on my Twitter. That's exactly what someone called me.
So,
you believe in pseudoscience.
Let me give you a taste here. Here, I'm going to read two sentences from a blurb from my latest post here. I'm working with the Stever here to upgrade distribution of the
To be
Yona
fearlessly
history
authentic.
rhymes to the fearlessly authentic level of platformage here. So one part of it of pseudoscience, which this existed in pseudoscience all the way up until the 1980s, when it comes to the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is basically the Bible of psychiatrists. But anyways, let me read these two sentences. So
Okay.
this is taken from a article out of the Huffington Post on October 11th, 2013.
Hey, take care, Tina. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Tina. Wechitology, many blessings.
Happy unbirthday. We love you.
Happy unbirthday.
It is easy to laugh off female hysteria as preposterous and antiquated pseudoscience. But the fact is, the American Psychiatric Association did not drop the term until the early 1950s. And though it had taken on a different meaning from its early roots, hysterical neurosis didn't disappear from the DSM, again, often referred to as the Bible of modern psychiatry, until the year 1980. Sadly, we're still feeling the impact of this highly entrenched pseudoscientific medical diagnosis today. And the crazy and hysterical labels are hard ones for women to completely shake due to American psychology. You know about that, Lucky?
I'm sorry. Do you see this?
What do we see? Y'all do with Hunter started a bit early.
No, he said no one actually taught me how to sing horribly, but I just kind of learned how. Sorry, I got
Well done.
distracted.
But that's what I saved for you. That's the part that I wanted to read to you about, the part of pseudoscience that said that any women that are trying to speak out on their mind, any women that are trying to vocalize or intelligently whatever, well, they're just crazy. Well, they're just hysterical because, science.
Hysterical.
And they have to be, sterilized or medicated or whatever,
That's fucking wild.
I'm not making this shit up.
What year was that? Did you say 1950 something?
I mean, labeling women as being hysterical or suffering from hysteria or hysterical neurosis was a diagnosis for women all the way up until the 1980s for, since founding the country. I mean, basically, if a vagina has a brain and tries to talk, then clearly there's something wrong with it, right?
Okay, so think about who has been repressed, right? Who has been repressed is everybody that no offense, but everybody that the white man has seen as a threat has been suppressed when it's come to other people of different nations or color, and then also women. Like us as women, we got to remember, like, we haven't even come that far. We haven't even had the right to vote in a fucked up electoral system for very long. Ooh!
So I'm going to give you 15 lines.
Would it be any different? Would it be any different if we were allowed to vote now, even if we weren't? Would it matter?
Not in the current system.
Nope.
Not with the current
Verifiable
system.
elections and irrelevant politicians that are just puppets. I mean, it's all a farce. A cruel hoax at best.
A cruel fucking hoax. You're absolutely right.
So
you got some lines?
I got the latest 15 lines here, and normally when I do the Yona rhymes, I have it like a preamble of sorts where I talk about the historical antecedents and then the recents, and I kind of explain some of the terms and things that are going on. And the overall message is pseudoscience, pseudoscience. And what are they using this pseudoscience for? Well, they're using it to subclassify parts of society as being inferior. And so we saw the subclassification of slaves from regular citizens, not even counting them as a regular person, but 3/5 of a person. I mean, all this weird shit. Same thing with women, the subclassification of women. Now we see the same thing with the subclassification of patients who are unwilling to take medications or protocols without consent. And so vilification of patient rights and patient consent is the new classification, just blanketly labeling all of them as anti-vax, you know. And so there's this new pseudoscience that's sprouted up of all types of clinical studies published by the NIH, HHS, and other government agencies, extolling the new pseudoscience of vaccine hesitancy. What's it going to take to sell more vaccine product? Not everyone wants to buy our product. What's it going to take to sell more product to the people? Because clearly, if they don't want to buy our product, they're suffering from a psychological issue that we need to identify, and we need to break down this psychology of vaccine hesitance when people don't want to take products that are untested, that are killing and maiming people, you know. And why is that? That doesn't make sense.
So I used to be anti-vax, anti-mandate, like you're saying here. But now that I've learned so much more about vaccines, I'm anti-vaccination for most vaccinations. They are not safety tested.
Yep.
We do not know the long-term effects of these. And you know what they're finding in almost every autistic autopsy in the brain and in different organs? They're finding the metals that they use in these vaccinations. And people that have dementia, they're finding an excess buildup of it in their system. And all right, we better just not go too far into this right now, because I got to keep this up. And fuck, man, these motherfuckers.
We're talking about the bioaccumulation of metals, of what some people have discussed and outlined.
Yeah. I fucking hate
some
this
people
shit.
have said this.
I fucking hate this shit.
Some people say, other experts disagree, but according to studies, the results are in.
We are not, the CDC says they're safe and effective.
Yeah.
Don't worry, folks. Yona is all fact up and properly checked off.
Fact up as hell. You know,
fact up and checked off.
And checked off.
I fucking hate this freaking having to be careful with what we say. Like, I am so sick of that. We have to get over to Rockfin. I got to see if I can contact them. I mean, we don't have enough subs over here probably to justify with them. But I figure maybe if we can get, some people to kind of like back us up on that so we can get over on Rockfin.
Or something.
I see. That's why I like the Yona rhymes. With the Yona rhymes, I'm able to use the poetic anesthetic like a Trojan horse to sneak in my viral ideas of free thoughts.
Like a little lidocaine for your thought process.
Like Novocaine before I start drilling out those cavities, baby.
Chill it out before you start poking around in there, I
just really fucking hate this.
So
I want to be able to say what I want to fucking say. I don't want to self-censor at all. I don't want to.
Right.
I really don't.
But I don't also want to poke the fucking bear too much because the bear has already come and freaking attacked me over cross platform on Twitter when I only had started one podcast and they went over there and they freaking, I was trying to get to so many subscribers so I could do a cast, do a stream or something, like 100 people.
Dude, I've got 5 free hours of StreamYard now. Woohoo!
And so they do that, and they come over onto YouTube. YouTube finds me on Twitter, complaining about it on Twitter, how they removed 30 people that helped me out and were part of our fam. And
thanks, guys.
And they told me they were all deleted accounts or spam accounts that all got deleted in one day. I was like, fuck you. Are you kidding me?
It's so funny.
After just announcing the show,
think about the irony and the the obvious fucking spook bullshit of, oh, you're friends with all of these subversive motherfuckers speaking truth. you're in the chat rooms with all of these guys. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
So they come over to her Twitter completely unsolicited. She didn't write to YouTube and say, "Hey, motherfucker." They came to her and said, "Hey, we noticed that."
Like YouTube, like
what the
freaking
fuck,
person
dude?
came over and
She
replied
has
to me.
57 subscribers. What the fuck did you notice? Don't you have bigger fish to fry? What is going on here, man? They're
Somebody
just
feels
I have
on
been-
their fucking game, bro.
I have been on
Lucky
their
you're
radar since
threatening.
I was 4, okay? Maybe
No
3
scarier than a woman
years
with a
old.
fucking mouth.
My stepdad was military,
I'm
and I
intimidated,
was
Steve.
on their. I've been on their radar my whole life. You know, yeah.
Well, without further ado, folks, this is dedicated to free slaves, intelligent women, and informed patients. All right. Recaptured runaway slaves must be medically whipped without hesitance. Dr. Sam Cartwright's invented slave psychosis, disregarding evidence. Euphemisms compound, fabrications abound for Drapo-to-maniac resonance. The skull-facting phrenology and feminine psychology, hysterical neurosis. Oh, my dear, look, it has a vagina and uses a brain. Let's declare this diagnosis. Pseudoscience enhancing society. More classifications categorize this hypnosis. Unconsenting patients, subjects to impatience, a medically abusive relationship. No overhaul of emergency protocol, treating and curing with ever more censorship. Data manipulated, trachea now intubated, lives saved by corporate sponsorship. Confederated.
That's a good line.
Confederated.
Lives saved by corporate sponsorship.
That's right.
Fuck,
Brought to
man,
you
we
by
need that on a
Pfizer.
T-shirt.
Confederated experts, north and south. This word of mouth of racists. Dysastasia Ethiopica laziness and female craziness. Cue the sexists. Cancerous humanity overpopulating, a vocal lament of the eugenicists. Critically thinking slaves, women, and patients. Can you imagine that? Consult the DSM-5. Get the mind right for the new obedient habitat. Sorry, oh Charlie, but the Yona is sharp, and the narrative is just too flat. There it is, folks.
Nice.
Yona history rhymes.
Yeah, how many innocently like just misunderstood people have been put into an asylum? You know, it's like that same thing. Like, I don't want to see it. If I don't see it, it's okay. It doesn't exist. You know, it's same thing with the babies and the peekaboo. Like, we have been indoctrinated since like we were little, right? Like, we've talked about it. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, like, we are taught to accept all these lies as we're being told not to lie, right? As kids, we teach our kids not to lie. But why do we do that? Why don't we teach them how to lie better or to get ahead better? Like, it's just
I'm convinced
complete
some people
insanity to me.
I'm convinced some people do teach their children to lie better than the next person.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and use manipulation tactics.
So
to
what's
get what they
so
want.
insidious about this pseudoscience? If you follow along with the history rhyme, what's rhyming in this pseudoscience? Well, you start out, my slaves aren't working hard enough, so I think they're lazy. My slaves begin to sulk. They're sulking and they want their freedom and they try to escape my plantation. My slaves want their freedom. Clearly, they're crazy for thinking that they want to be free. All right. What about women? These women keep wanting to talk and speak their minds. Clearly, they're hysterical, and everyone knows that women are crazy. It's hysteria. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? You know.
Nudge.
And so each and every single iteration, it's like,
we do not.
what are you,
What
crazy?
Popeye said.
What happened?
We
Popeye.
do not drown puppies.
Oh, Popeye said stoners drown puppies for fun.
No, horny unicorn said that.
Oh no, horny unicorn. God damn it! I had it mixed up.
And earlier, P Stuff had said, does this all remind you of like the Salem witch trials ring a bell? It does. It completely does.
It's
We
like the
have
same kind of
been
forces.
and it just had to be an accusation, right? So it's the same thing that Mr. Wilson is locked up for. I don't want to get too much into that because he's supposed to be released like tonight, like today, I think. I don't want to like say anything that might not be in his benefit, because he was charged with things that didn't happen, just allegations, just like in the Salem witch trials.
Yeah, I've never gotten.
But to be fair, any
either.
American citizen that's ever gone up on charges on anything practically within the United States will know that oftentimes when you go to court in the United States, they've just got all kinds of, like, you might have a ticket to show up in court, and then you get to court and there's like 3 or 4 or 5 different charges, and 3 or 4 of them are just total and complete bullshit. And then the DA's like, listen, we don't have to take this to trial, son. You could just plead and, take a plea deal. And that's how, right to trial by jury is just pretty much denied for most of the public. And you get a plea bargain, or they just throw the book at you and frame you and throw your ass in jail. Because, guess what? All these people that want to lecture to Yona that Lincoln ended slavery.
Hey, I'm going to lecture you on that right now.
13th Amendment, read it. It says, unless as punishment for a crime of which you've been duly convicted,
Therein lies the
then
rub.
slavery is prohibited. Unless you committed a crime. So,
Unless
I'm sorry,
you're a criminal.
you're standing there and you're black. So
Are you? Yeah, you're a criminal.
you're free. You don't have
Get in
to
the
work
car.
on a plantation, but now you're on the chain gang.
Uh-huh.
And then we're going to send
It
you
is
back
for
to the
that.
plantation to work as prison labor under the peonage system, which is what exactly.
That's awesome.
It looks
So
like
they just redefined slavery, and we still have slavery today. Kamala Harris was defending slavery, that they needed the slave labor from the prisons to fight their forest fires because they could not afford to pay actual firefighters to, whatever. Like,
Well, there was a
it's-
lot
it
of fire,
continues
Yona.
today.
and then you're not even qualified once you're out to do the
That's
job.
right. I think what you don't
Right.
understand is that, there was a lot of fire. You can't expect the state of California to fork over all that money to pay actual people a full, wage.
Yeah, it's not like that.
To do a thing.
And you better not get injured, because you'll get awful health care in prison, because they own you. Literally, they own you. The state owns you when you are in prison,
Yeah,
or
dude.
the federal government, they own
Same thing
you.
when you're in the service. They own you anyway.
Elle said that she's a poet as well, and it's a great outlet. You guys should do a collaborative thing. I think it would be really cool if you had people do like different topics or something for like the week, and then people could pop on and like share what they came up with for like a poem, or music, or like whatever, to kind of see where everybody had anybody that wanted to write a poem could write on that same thing. It would be cool to see the different points of view on what was happening or something.
I really, really enjoy the poetic anesthetic because it allows me, because it's like this, I feel like you're able to say more when you say less. And when you have to like boil down your thoughts, and it kind of like condenses into a more congealed truth. And then you're able to put it into a pentameter and have a rhythm as you read it.
We
and
come
then
here to lay them all
find
out,
words.
and we spit them out, like like we throw it out there, we throw it up, and then it's like, all right, these are the pieces that I need.
But ultimately, my opinion is most all of psychology and psychiatry is basically witchcraft. It's basically, I don't want to compare it to witchcraft because it, that gives witchcraft a bad name. And some witchcraft is good stuff, When it comes to this take, it's just mind-boggling how psychology and psychiatry have existed within the American empire to to justify racism, sexism, eugenics. I mean, just now it's supporting this two-tier jab pro society, vax pass. I mean, and there's psychology right there pushing the vaccine hesitancy crap as a new pseudoscience to say, you know, mothers that don't want to have their newborn infant in the hospital hours after being born, stuck with the fucking hepatitis B shot for.
Well, they put the shit in the baby's eyes too. Like immediately, they put drops in the baby's eyes.
Yeah, and what's in the drops?
Something that's not tested, safety tested.
Fucking ammonium fucking shit.
So the baby doesn't get an STD, even though you can test the mom for that STD, like in pregnancy, and the likelihood that the baby would get anything that would pass through if it didn't already breach the blood to blood barrier. You know what I mean? Like the baby's literally living inside of you. Unless you or a woman is at risk for things or something like that, then it shouldn't even be thought of.
It's horrifying to see as a parent going into the hospital, seeing how much they don't go by good science, how much they do not practice good medicine, how much their decisions are directed by for-profit health insurance companies and health insurance claims adjusters and the funding scheme and just medical decisions. It's so completely a broken system. The last point I'll make, going back to what Steve Porkinen said earlier and what I've said earlier about the loss of trust and confidence in the medical system, as Lucky's pointed out, you know, it's only going to get worse as more parents realize they're fucking up our kids. There's no other explanation. You know, that for some damn reason, even though they ran to the Security and Exchanges Commission and told them in their financial filings, I'm talking about Moderna, that these injections were genetic therapies.
Yep.
But all of a sudden, they're now rebranded as the new and improved, redefined word itself, vaccine, because they're now part of the new inclusive vaccine definition, and they'll get to enjoy the liability from not being able to be sued. And still to this day, I shake my head because I grew up my whole life being told that within the United States, you can literally sue anybody for anything world. It's just society. There's too many lawyers. It's the bullshit I heard all my fucking life. And now I'm a grown-ass adult. And now I'm just now finding out that, in fact, you can't sue cops. You can't sue the mayor. You can't sue the government. Sovereign immunity. You can't sue fucking a company that maims and kills your children.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sue the employer that makes you get a shot that maims or kills you. You can't sue the city ordinance that makes you do that. You can't sue the business that makes you do that. You can't sue the company that makes you do that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the absolute fuck? You can't sue none of these people?
Say fuck.
But you can sue everybody for anything. Well, that's a fucking lie. And then another lie I was told my whole life. Well, you know, money doesn't just grow on trees. It's Yona. It's not like they can just send a check to every last American. Guess what's happened in the last 2 years? They've sent checks to damn near every last American, and more than once. And Trump sent more than Biden did. Hey, where's the next stimulus check, Biden? I'm not rooting for you, Bia. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying, going by the narrative, making fun of their narrative.
It's insane it's insane that like they've left everybody high and dry, and it's taken this long for somebody to like go and stop something. Like, I think that we should all go out to wherever there is a trucker near us, wherever you can find a fucking trucker, and go thank a fucking trucker and go ask them if you know, I mean, show them your support. Whether or not you can go and do this, we're showing our support and solidarity in this. People are going out there and bringing the truckers the food, and it's not the truckers' fault. This is on the government to stop what the demands are. This is on the government. They're the ones holding shit up. The government, not the truckers. And we need to remember that and we got to figure out a way to be mutually, beneficial to each other and help each other out and freaking know what's coming is been, said it's coming like a long time. And we need to finish up getting prepared or whatever, because we're going to be fucked if we don't.
The most important thing we can do right now is to continue to reach out to our closest next door neighbors that are literally within foot walking distance, where you can just walk over on foot. You don't need a bicycle or a unicycle with truck nuts. You can walk over there on foot and expand your mutual aid networks, which is what we all have to do right now, because there's going to be more supply chain disruption. There's going to be more empty shelves. I'm sad to be the one to tell you, but spoiler alert, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And so when the American people have their backs pushed all the way against the wall, I do know that the truckers will mass. Some truckers already are massing, but truckers will answer the call in the United States. And not if, but when that happens, that will be the opportunity for the U.S. government to have the leverage to get more sheeple to gladly come to them, to be fed, to be watered, to be sheltered. Because it's going to be like a siege when you're not able to get ready hand access to the daily necessities. And asking the average American family to prepare for a siege, to prepare for a disruption in the supply chain is kind of a big ask. It's kind of a big ask, Lucky, because
It is.
Americans are already living paycheck to paycheck. It's not as simple as just going down to the dollar store and buying 4 rolls of toilet paper and 3 bags of cat food and 2 bags of dog
I know
food.
that.
When there's
Well,
no
that's
cat
why
food.
our
For the
government-
third time, there's no cat food in the store. Where are you supposed to find cat food? Everywhere you go, there's no cat food.
But
Sorry.
it's not their fault. It's not the truckers' fault for what they're doing. Okay, it's the government that's doing wrong. They're standing up against them. How else are we going to get change unless this kind of thing happens? People have to be uncomfortable. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not going to say that I'm not going to freaking bitch when I can't find anything in the store, but something has got to give here. Something has got to give. Nothing has happened. We had all those BLM protests. All the like what the fuck? So many people lost their lives, got freaking injured, and they still did not listen to us. There has to be something that's gonna hit more people that are more affected than us that are poor. And it's unfortunate because we're the ones that are gonna suffer. We're the ones that don't have a food stockpile.
But it's different for us, Lucky, because we live close to the ground, and at times you and I have both literally lived on the fucking ground itself. And so it's not as hard to fall when you're that close to the ground. But for a lot of people that, the closest thing they get to an outdoors experience is what you and I laughed off as glamping instead of camping, glamour camping. They're not empty shelves and no civilization catering to their every need with McFood and McWater and McMedicine and McSociety will be just totally and completely lost. And they'll be literally walking on foot to the nearest camp that's offering to provide them with 3 hots. And a cot and internet access and, back to stability. You can come back to, we're opening up kennels all across the United States where you domesticated human pet slaves can come back to your kind master who will take care of you.
We just have to figure it out. We have to unite and figure out what our strategy is going to be and do it. Pull out all the stops. Call all the people that you don't know. If you know someone that knows somebody that can get the word out on a larger platform or something like that, we have got to do it together in solidarity. And we have to if we got everybody not to purchase anything for one day, that would freaking have a ripple effect. Just don't shop for one day.
Yeah.
Don't buy anything. Buy
Do
it
you
before
remember-
or after, whatever. No sales that day. Do not cross a picket line for that one day. And we
You ever
say,
heard of Reverend
we
Billy and
will
the
do
Stop
this.
Shopping
We
Network?
will do this.
Yeah.
You ever heard of him? Reverend Billy and the Stop Shopping Network?
Yep.
Oh, I love me some Reverend Billy. I know you've heard of him, Lucky.
I've definitely heard of that guy.
Reverend Billy. Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have to get our fucking shit together, guys. We need to get our fucking shit together. We got to stop fucking just saying, okay, well, like, there's people on this side doing this, and there's people on this side doing this, and there's people on this side doing this. And it's like, we're all doing good things, but we're not doing them together. And so my thing is that I feel like we need to come up with a strategy to challenge each other, right? So, I feel like we can ask, we got to make up a challenge. We got to make it something fun. We got to make it something that people will do it, where it's free to get the word out, right? So the only thing that I came up with that I think really could work is doing a challenge 5 or something like that, something that's really easy and catchy. And the whole point of it is that you go and you deliver this, whatever we are going to call this entire thing. Like, you know, it can be a human rights movement, you know, it can be whatever we want to call it, but it has to be an umbrella that we can get anybody to join us for any fucking reason, no matter your walk of life, you know, no matter where you come from, no matter what it is. So I feel like if we say, hang on, let me get this idea out. So we take that and we say, all right, we're going to have a pro-human rights day, a protest, a day of healing, something to get some solidarity within our people, right? Like you see the people in Canada. I mean, oh my gosh, the solidarity that people have up there, and they're happy to wave their flags around. They're happy about their country. The United States, it's like a virtue signal. And it's like, we need a whole new flag. We need a whole new freaking system. But what we need to do is get everybody together. And so I say, if we do a challenge 5, we make it a big thing where we like push it out there on all the, you know, social medias. We get everybody to start doing this as a challenge. And we have a specific day in mind. I don't know the organizing of all this. This is just, you know, a bigger idea that I've had. And so I say, I challenge you to go reach out to 5 people that you don't normally talk to, and I want you to pass on this information. And then you say, I challenge each of you to go do the same thing and pass that on. Challenge you to talk to 5 more people and 5 more people. Go talk to 5 people. Try to see, let's make it a challenge and see how many people can you talk to.
I just wanted to respond to the post that you have on screen there from Phenomenal Mysticism that says mRNA vaccines are ineffective. The vaccine needs serious improvement, and there are some people that think pro-vaccine people that are asking to improve a vaccine are anti-vaccine. LOL. Twisted concept. Well,
wait, let me. So mRNA vaccines are ineffective. Okay, that's a statement. And then the vaccine needs serious improvement. And there are some people who think that pro-vaccine people that are asking to improve a vaccine are anti-vaccine. Yeah, people are completely twisting that label up.
Yeah,
people
twist it around.
That I've been waiting to respond to on that about the mRNA vaccines in particular is that I think of the concept of mRNA vaccines like space canoe paddles, because turns out space canoes are not a thing, and therefore space canoe paddles are not a thing. Yona cannot paddle a canoe in outer space. That's not how canoes work, you see. Or canoe paddles. Okay. Now, you can call it an mRNA vaccine, but we're talking about messenger ribonucleic acid, mRNA. Okay. It does not provide immunity in any shape, form, or fucking way like a vaccine does. It is not a fully attenuated virus. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Vaccine refers to the vaccinalia, refers to the viral injection of the whole virus. Messenger RNA works by injecting into your genetic code new instructions to the nucleus of your cell of what the fuck it needs to be doing and what kind of spike protein it's supposed to be making. Editing the body's genetic code, hacking the body's cells to turn them into drug factories. And the Yona quote the pharma fuckers themselves in their own words of what they're talking about doing. So, no offense, but there's no such thing as space canoe paddles. And there's no such thing as a messenger RNA vaccine. That's like saying that you have a rotary cell phone. It's not a thing. You can't have a rotary phone / cell phone that does apps.
Although,
it's not a thing.
Full disclosure, I have heard of the kerosene-powered record player. Okay,
Yes.
so I mean that's a real thing that existed somewhere. I think maybe just in Frank's mind. But I just want to also add to Space Canoes that a little green Rosetta makes a muffin better.
Yeah, it's true.
I wouldn't lie about something like that. I'd like to sing a song. Is that okay if I sing a song, you guys?
Yes, please.
For the record, I want to say that canoe space paddles are not a thing. Yona has
Right
ridden
now
in
they're
space
not.
Canoe. I have ridden in my space canoe, but as I know, since I've ridden in my space canoe through outer space, when you get into outer space, fuck are the paddles for? You don't use paddles for propulsion through outer space. That's another topic.
All right, we're gonna let Steve play, and then we'll come back to it.
Darkness on the break of noon, shadows, even the silver spoon, handmade blade of child alone, eclipse of both the sun and moon, and you understand, you know too soon that there is no sense in trying. At home, yes, they come with scorn and the suicide with mouths are torn from the mountains to hollow home. They choose the truth to warn. He not here, he alone is a business dying. I don't think we can both do it at the same time, bro.
No, that was like blowing out the weird stuff.
That was cool, though.
Well, I wanted that Seinfeld slap bass, you know.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, I can't wait to work on some collab stuff, man. This is going to be a fucking riot. Music's always funner when you're laughing. It's funner.
Way funner. I definitely agree with that.
I already boycott McDonald's, guys. I haven't eaten there in a long time. But I get what you guys are saying. We should all boycott McDonald's anyway. We just shouldn't eat that food because it's not really food. It's not. And their hamburger buns have hair in them. Like, that's verifiable. It just disgusts me.
I mean, to be fair, when you're like, oh my God, who in the fuck made this food? Your answer? A fucking clown. You got your food from a clown. It's honky food. Honky, honky.
All right, I'm going to go pee and let him play a song.
Well, temptation page flies out the door, and you follow, find yourself at war. Watch waterfalls of pity roar. Feel the moan, but unlike before, you discover that you just be one more person crying. So don't fear if you hear a foreign sound in your ear. I'm only sighing. Disillusion words like bullets bark as human gods aim for their mark. Flesh colored cracks that glow in the dark, and everything toy guns and spark. Easy to see without looking too far. Not much is really sacred.
Rock goes the gun. Rock goes the gun.
Some born victory, some downfall, and private reasons, great or small, can be seen in the eyes of those that call. Think all that should be killed or crawl. Others say don't hate nothing at all, except for hatred.
Oh yeah. Cannabis, just give me a kiss. Won't you slip me some tongue?
While preachers preach of evil fates and teachers teach that knowledge waits can lead to $100 plates, and goodness hides behind its gates. But even the president of the United States sometimes might have to stand naked.
Oh, good Lord's fetish, more devils lettuce.
To the road have been a lot. You know it's only people's games you got to die. Yeah, 'cause it's alright, ma. I can
alright.
make it. Advertising signs that con you into thinking you're the one that can do what's never been done, that can win what's never been won. Meantime, life outside goes on all around you. Well, you lose yourself and you reappear. Suddenly find you got nothing to fear. Alone you stand with nobody near, while a trembling distant voice unclear startles your sleeping ears to hear somebody thinks they really have found you. And you question in your nerves is lit. You know there is no answer fit. Satisfy and show you not to quit. Keep it on your mind and don't forget that it is not he or she or them or it that you belong to. All the masters make the rules for the wise man and the fool. I've got nothing more to live up to. For those that obey authority that they do not respect in any degree, would despise their jobs and their most destinies, speak of jealousy of them that are free, and cultivate their flowers to be nothing more than something to invest in. Baptized to strict party platform ties, social clubs and drag disguise. Outsiders they can really freely criticize, tell them nothing is who they idolize, and they say God bless him.
Hypnotized.
While the one who speaks with his tongue on fire gargles in the rat race choir, bent out of shape from society's fires, cares not to come up any higher, but rather get you down in the hole that he's in. That ain't no harm, put no fault on anything that lives in a vault. Yeah, but it's alright, Mom. I can't please him. Old lady judges watch people in pairs, unlimited in sex they dare. Push fake morals, insult and stare. Money doesn't talk, it swears. Upset idiot who really cares. Propaganda all is real.
Wow.
But they cannot see the killer's pride. Security blows their mind most bitterly. For them to think that that's honesty won't fall upon them naturally. Life sometimes must get lonely. And if my thought dreams could be seen. They probably put my head in a guillotine. But it's all right, Mom.
It's all right, Mom.
It's life and life only.
Woo! Woo! Oh yeah.
All right.
Bob
Dylan.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that the end of it? Are we done?
I think we're wrapping up.
We are wrapping it up, ladies and gentlemen.
Steve with the music and vocals, and Yona with the scatatonics.
Scatatonic grooves for your soul.
Skiddly boobop. A do wow.
Skiddly, you know it, Daddy.
A do wop, a dun wop, broke another string, break out a fresh set.
All right, where can all the peeps find you, Yona?
Yona.
You're starting a new thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I've got the YouTube channel. I've had my YouTube channel for a long time, and I got a lot of songs on there. So I've been spending the last few days making copies onto my detachable hard drive. I'm sorry, the 2 terabyte monster in the floor, and moving all my like videos and music and everything that I've posted to my YouTube channel, making backup copies before I start my StreamYard experience at the Yona YouTube channel, because I know probably what's going to end up happening, because I just go balls out and fearlessly authentic, and probably going to get censored eventually. Anyways, it's Omlezna. That's OMLEZNA on the YouTubes. Hi, Yona. The lower cast coming soon, but it's probably just going to be like once a week, and I'm going to need like all my friends and stuff to help me get through like 20 or 30 minutes before I run into a closet and suck my thumb. But
Well,
see
you
what
know,
happens.
we can always help you if you're gonna do short ones and stuff. If we plan it, we'll talk about that after.
Yeah.
But we can always help you out through this.
But like I was talking to some close friends, mutual friends of all of ours tonight, last night, and just really spurred on, and everyone's just been so encouraging, and like you really should bring your own content, and I think a lot of people are interested in Cherokee Nation and just like Native American things in general, and or maybe just the take from Appalachia or West Virginia or whatever it is. We've got our governor carrying his dog around, showing her ass to the camera and telling Bette Midler to kiss her hiney. So it's a very entertaining place to live.
Hell yeah.
They're very theatrical down at the West Virginia State Capitol with Governor Jim Justice and his trusty canine sidekick, Baby Dog. Baby Dog.
Well, you can't fault a pet lover,
Now you have to find that clip before we go, Lucky. Now you have to find the clip that's like 5 seconds long of Governor of West Virginia Jim Justice hoisting his dog and turning its ass around and telling Bette Midler, Bette Midler can kiss Baby Dog's honey.
I don't know that I want to go find that right now,
Baby
but
dog.
I understand.
you guys
It's
can
okay.
do a YouTube search of that, I'm sure.
It's out there. I'm just putting it out there.
Governor.
Leo shows me his ass enough.
No,
Governor
leave my
and the
paper,
baby
Yona.
dog.
We got shit to do.
We have established that though,
Insight
right?
and awareness. It's hard to get onto Rockfin. I want to get over there. I think that we're gonna need some.
We needed like a
I'm
few
gonna-
thousand more subs.
No,
That's all.
I don't know. Can I finish what I'm saying? I think that we just need some, support from our fam that's around us, and maybe if we contact them, they will put us over on there because they're censoring me and throttling me really bad over here. They've admitted to it. So, maybe we can make a campaign to get, fearlessly authentic over there, which would be awesome. So even if their chat sucks, we can still at least be over there. Oh God, Horny Unicorn, please do not go eat McDonald's. They literally have human hair in their freaking buns. Okay.
I mean,
so
unless you need some
Yona
hair.
is doing. All right, we're wrapping this up
Okay,
though.
is that
Yona
it?
is doing the YouTube, and so you're gonna get started doing that. I think that it's gonna be really awesome if you do some teasers for that, like you did tonight.
Yeah.
What is he dancing?
He's eating dill pickle.
Oh,
Ah.
Leo likes dill pickle. I'm not surprised. He eats freaking celery. He likes freaking mushrooms,
You know,
broccoli. Like we eat a lot of vegetables, and he's just
he's a very
fucking
veggie friendly
adapting.
dog.
He's not vegetarian. Like he still eats dog, included.
Okay, so Oz Whistles is talking about read this thing, Yona, read this thing, and we need to get so like. Let me see here.
Yeah,
Oz,
Yeah, we can.
send me a link on my Twitter.
I can send you. I can probably send it to you that way too, because I
Mhm.
have it. I
Or
actually
here.
I printed it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Or it's on Discord. You're on Discord, right?
Yeah.
Oz can send it to you right there too. That's where he sent it to me.
Well, we'd like to thank everybody for
Yeah.
watching and
Yeah,
hanging out with us. It's been a
So
wonderful stream with
the
y'all.
stuff that we have coming up is we tomorrow I have Rick Overton coming on, Fearlessly Authentic, and we are going to stream it a different way than it was on Combo and the way that we tried last time. So hopefully we're gonna have better luck with it.
Hopefully it will work.
Rick is one of the kindest, sweetest guys. And I'm so glad to call him a comrade, and he's fighting the good fight with us.
Also, shout out Hunter Carranza. Thank you for being an awesome guest.
Hunter came
And
on
Steve
and Steve
Pokemon from
And-
Slow News Day.
Also, as well as
as the
The
Yona.
Yona. Woohoo!
that's right.
So
Oh yeah.
yeah, tomorrow I'm doing it. That's the earlier one. What time is that? 3:00, I think, in the afternoon,
Yep.
East Coast time.
Yep.
So 12:00 on the Pacific.
So we ran fucking late as shit. We should have been sleeping by now.
And Lucky, I know I'm not the only co-host of Fearlessly Authentic, but I'd like to think I'm the most toasted co-host.
You're the most toasted Yonist.
I think you can take.
You are the
You can take
Yonaist.
my. You can be one of my toasted co-host in truth.
There we go.
That's the way I think about it.
Cheers.
I have
Co-host
co-hosts in
with the
truth.
most toast. Hi, Yona.
Yones.
Because remember, motherfucker,
From the lower
fuck
caste.
censorship.
Yones with the lower cast, toast with the most.
Hi, Yona from the lower caste. I like how that sounds.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we're conditioned,
Well, that's
What are you
what
gonna
they call hillbillies these days. We are the lower caste. We're like
The lower
untouchables
caste.
in India.
Well, it's not like you're, special like
all right, let's
the governor
hang on.
dog.
We're
or anything.
wrapping up, boys.
Oh yeah, we're wrapping up.
Yeah,
All right,
we're
good night,
wrapping up.
everybody.
No more
We love you.
spitballs, Steve.
Wherever you are.
Yeah, make sure you guys drop your links in the chat so everyone else can find you. That's why we wrench, and we are against censorship.
Yeah, fuck censorship.
We don't even like to self-censor, but until we get a backup to this, we gotta be
We gotta
careful.
get, maybe
At least some caution.
get
like,
on the Rumble or something. Fuck.
And to all my fellow Burritonians out there, so much love
yes,
and blessings.
you are all Burritonians. And the neighbor of, and Rick Overton will be on tomorrow, and he named us Burritonians.
That's right.
So I hope you
So the
guys
father
will
of
tune in.
Burritonia.
Yes, he's the
Rick
father
Overton,
of
ladies and-
Burritonia.
All right, we'll see you all tomorrow.
Gunga Yuhi.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Go hunt.
Let me see if I got. Oh, I just wait. Charlie Brown.
Free Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it's Charlie Brown's birthday on Friday, and so Charlie Brown, don't forget we have a date because
Because you said it's your birthday.
it's your birthday, and I said so.
Around
We are so
Gonna have a
freaking.
good time. All right, we love you guys. Peace out.
We will see you guys tomorrow.
Hydro field cuts through my neighborhood.